Chosen one. You have wondered why life has felt heavier for you than for others, why certain doors closed without reason, why people turned against you even when you offered nothing but love. It has never been random. From the very beginning, heaven marked you. That mark, invisible to the world, is the reason your path has been different. The reason storms chased you harder. The reason you could not blend in even when you tried. Let me take you into the story of a young man. He worked quietly, served faithfully, and never sought attention. Yet wherever he went, jealousy followed him. In his workplace, colleagues gossiped about him. In his circle of friends, whispers painted him as arrogant, though he barely spoke. He questioned himself constantly. Am I the problem? Why does it seem like people resist me for no reason? Only later did he realize the truth. His life carried a fragrance of destiny that stirred insecurity in others. They weren't fighting his actions, they were fighting his anointing. Your journey has been the same. Every rejection, every betrayal, every strange resistance, it was all connected to the mark you carry. You are like a burning torch walking through a forest at night. Some see the light and find hope, but others fear it because it exposes what they tried to hide in darkness. That is why they fought against you. Chosen one. Your survival is already a testimony. The arrows aimed at you should have destroyed you. Yet here you are, listening, breathing, alive. You have endured storms that would have swallowed others whole, and still you rise. Do you not see? Every failed plot against you only proved heaven's hand over your life. Think of yourself as a diamond in the making. At first glance, it looks like a dull stone, unremarkable, overlooked, but pressure immense. Crushing pressure transforms it into something priceless. You too have been pressed, rejected, misunderstood. But pressure has not destroyed you. It has revealed your true worth. The time has come to stop asking, "Why me?" and start declaring, "Because I am chosen." The opposition is the evidence. The fight is the confirmation. If there was nothing in you worth fearing, the enemy would not waste his time. Scripture still speaks, clear and strong. In the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 9, persecuted, but not abandoned, struck down, but not destroyed. That is your reality. You may have been pushed to the ground, but you were never forsaken. You may have walked through nights of tears, but dawn always found you. You carry resilience that cannot be explained by human strength, because heaven itself sustains you. Now I invite you to respond, not because algorithms demand it, but because action seals agreement. If you know this word is yours, declare it openly. Write the number 999 inches, the comments, as a prophetic act, a sign that you acknowledge the mark of God on your life. Share this message with someone who needs the same reminder. Subscribe so you do not miss the words that will continue to strengthen you. You were never ordinary. You were marked from the beginning. And no fight against you can erase what God Himself has written. You may not realize it, but heaven has been watching every moment they tried to tear you down. The whispers behind your back, the false labels thrown at your name, the cold stares, they were all recorded. Nothing escaped God's eyes. Even when you sat alone, wondering if anyone saw your pain, angels were standing guard. They counted your tears as treasures. They gathered your sighs as prayers. Not one moment was wasted. Your process has been like an olive press. The crushing seemed unbearable, but it was extracting oil, anointing that will not only cover your life but flow to others. What felt like destruction was really consecration. Think about Joseph, hated by brothers, sold into slavery, imprisoned for lies he did not commit. Yet every pit, every prison, was a step toward the palace. His enemies thought they had buried him, but they were only planting him. The same pattern has been at work in you. Every time someone pushed you down, they unknowingly helped align you with your destiny. They thought they were silencing you, but in truth, they were shaping your story into a testimony. Picture this: a sculptor chiseling away at a block of marble. To outsiders, it looks violent, messy, unnecessary. But the artist sees the statue hidden inside. God has been chiseling you, removing what cannot carry your calling, exposing the beauty He placed within. Chosen one, the time of unveiling is near. What was hidden will be revealed. Those who mocked will watch in silence. Those who doubted will witness undeniable proof, not because of your strength, but because of His hand. Do not carry bitterness. Do not repay evil with evil. Let your scars remain as reminders, not weapons. They prove you lived, endured, and overcame, and your story will heal others walking through the same shadows. You are not defined by who left you. You are defined by who called you. The absence of people does not mean the absence of God. In fact, His presence has been louder in the silence than their voices ever were in the crowd. So walk forward. Step with courage. The opposition you faced is already crumbling, and the same God who preserved you in the fire will now reveal the glory that fire could not destroy. They never told you why, but deep down you felt it. The stares, the cold silences, the sudden shift in the air whenever you entered a room. Something about you unsettled them, something beyond your appearance, beyond your words, beyond your behavior. It was not your personality that caused their unease. It was your light. The unseen jealousy began long before you recognized it for what it was. From the very beginning, your presence carried a weight that others could sense but not explain. People could laugh with you one moment, then withdraw the next. Friends turned into competitors. Colleagues became rivals. Family members questioned your motives without cause. They could not name the reason, but in their spirit, they felt threatened. It wasn't about what you had, it was about what was in you. This unseen jealousy is like smoke from a hidden fire. You cannot touch it, but you smell it in the air. You may not see the flames yet, but the evidence of burning is undeniable. Many times, you asked yourself, why does my presence alone trigger such reactions? Why do people project hostility without reason? The answer lies in the spiritual realm. Darkness recognizes destiny even before destiny matures. Imagine walking into a room as a candle carried into darkness. The candle does not speak. It does not fight. It simply burns. Yet shadows scatter. The same is true of you. They sensed your light even before you believed you had one. They felt the call of heaven on your life. And that recognition stirred jealousy. One woman once shared her story. She worked hard, gave generously, and never sought praise. Yet she became the target of endless criticism from co-workers. They whispered about her behind her back, twisting her motives, downplaying her contributions. She cried out to God, confused and weary. Over time, she learned that her spirit carried a grace that convicted others of their own complacency. Her diligence exposed their laziness. Her integrity revealed their compromise. Without saying a word, her presence became a mirror they could not bear to look into. Chosen one, this is the unseen jealousy you have endured. People sensed what you carried before you did. They felt the crown before you even recognized it was yours. This is why you were resisted at the start. The fight against you was premature, because your destiny frightened them, even in seed form. Think of a garden. When weeds grow, they often wrap themselves around a young plant, not when it is tall. But when it is small, the enemy always seeks to choke potential before it matures. In the same way, jealousy surrounded you early. It tried to suffocate your confidence, to make you doubt yourself, to crush your hope. But even weeds cannot stop a seed ordained by God. There is also another layer to this jealousy: recognition without revelation. People around you sensed something divine, but they lacked the revelation of what it truly was. Instead of honoring it, they misinterpreted it. They felt your strength and mistook it for arrogance. They felt your clarity and accused you of pride. They mistook your calling for ambition. This is what unseen jealousy does. It twists perception so that the purity of your heart is ignored. While suspicion takes the stage, perhaps you remember times when you were excluded without explanation. Parties you were not invited to. Conversations that went silent the moment you entered. Promotions that were withheld even though you qualified. Those experiences were painful, but they were also prophetic. They revealed that something inside you was already shining. You were not rejected because you lacked worth. You were resisted because you carried more than most could handle. Your uniqueness drew jealousy, but it also drew heaven's covering. You did not crumble, even when isolation pressed hard against your soul. Somehow, strength rose in you when you thought you had none left. That resilience was not your own. It was God's mark sustaining you. Picture a mountain standing tall in the midst of storm clouds. The winds strike it. The rains fall upon it. The lightning flashes against its face. Yet the mountain does not bow. It remains firm, a silent witness of strength. That is what you have been. Storms of jealousy have struck you, but you remain, not because you fought harder than others, but because the foundation beneath you was deeper than the eye could see. Now you can look back and see the pattern. It wasn't one person. It wasn't one season. It was consistent. Jealousy followed you because light follows you. And though it hurt, it also built you. It forced you into intimacy with God. It pushed you to rely on His voice rather than theirs. It shaped you into someone who knows how to walk alone, yet never feels abandoned. Unseen jealousy was never meant to destroy you. It was meant to reveal you. It confirmed your difference. It confirmed your calling. And even now, as you continue to rise, remember this: their resistance is not a sign of your failure, but a signal of your favor. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 27, verse 1, "The Lord is my light and my salvation, whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life, whom shall I fear? For when the unseen jealousy stirs again, you will not be shaken." You now know the truth. It was never about you. It was about the light you carry, a light that no darkness can overcome. And yet, chosen one, even as jealousy rises against you, Remember this truth. Envy cannot erase what heaven has ordained. Their whispers may echo, but God's word thunders louder. Their exclusion may sting, but His acceptance is eternal. Every attempt to push you aside only positions you further into His plan. Think of an eagle in the sky. Smaller birds scream and circle, but the eagle does not descend to fight them. It simply flies higher, rising to an altitude where the noise can no longer reach. That is you. You do not answer every critic. You do not chase every rumor. You rise above. There will come a time when those who envied you will have no choice but to witness your elevation, not because you fought them, but because God Himself lifted you. And when that moment arrives, you will not gloat. You will shine. You will become living proof that unseen jealousy could not extinguish divine fire. So take courage. Do not despise the hostility that marked your journey, for jealousy has been your silent teacher, shaping resilience in you and preparing the stage for the glory that is about to unfold. There are rooms you never entered, but where your name was spoken. There were circles of conversation where decisions about you were made, and you had no voice to defend yourself. Silent battles were waged in spaces you did not see, and yet their echoes reached your life. Rejection, exclusion, suspicion, these things did not arise in a vacuum. They were birthed in secret meetings, in hidden whispers, in unseen gatherings. You wondered why people looked at you differently one day to the next. Why someone who once smiled suddenly turned cold. Why opportunities that seemed certain vanished without explanation. This was not random. It was the result of silent battles, fights waged against your name while you were absent. And yet, even in your absence, God was present. Picture a courtroom. The accused is absent, and yet accusations fly. The jury listens. The judge waits, and the verdict seems decided. That is what has happened to you again and again. They thought they could define you in your absence, but what they did not know is that there is a higher court, and the judge of all the earth does not need your presence to defend your case. One story tells of a man who worked diligently in his community, Q8, faithful, never seeking attention. Yet while he slept, meetings were held against him. People plotted to discredit him, to twist his motives, to cast doubt on his loyalty. He awoke one day to find himself surrounded by hostility he did not understand. What he later learned was this: though he was not present in those rooms, heaven was. The very same God who sees in secret exposed lies in the open. Silent battles are painful because they rob you of the chance to explain, but explanation is not always needed. Sometimes your silence is more powerful than your defense. Your life becomes your rebuttal. The fruit of your integrity becomes your evidence. Chosen one. You do not need to panic about the rooms you were excluded from. You do not need to lose sleep over the words spoken behind your back. For every silent battle you did not fight, heaven fought for you. The Word of God declares in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 31, if God is for us, who can be against us? Let that sink into your spirit. It does not say people will not rise against you. It does not say accusations will not form. It says they cannot succeed when God is on your side. Their meetings are temporary. His verdict is eternal. Think of your life like a ship sailing through fog. From the shore, people cannot see where you are headed. They speculate. They assume. They imagine storms ahead. But the captain knows the course. God is your captain. The fog does not confuse him, and no rumor can reroute his plan for your journey. Now, pause. Let this moment settle into your heart. If you know these words are striking deep, I invite you to act. Type a short phrase in the comments. God defends me. Let those 3 words be your declaration. Why? Because when you write them, you seal your agreement. You are not just listening passively, you are claiming truth actively. You are saying, even if I cannot speak in every room, even if I cannot control every conversation, God Himself is my defender. Your enemies will never understand how you keep standing. But you know, it is because every silent battle has already been fought in the heavens. You were never unprotected, never abandoned, never overlooked. Their whispers cannot rewrite your destiny, and their silence cannot cancel your song. But let us go deeper. Silent battles do more than stir confusion. They shape your character. Every time your name was mishandled behind closed doors, it taught you how to trust God beyond explanation. You learned that silence is not weakness, but wisdom. You discovered that dignity often speaks louder than defense. Think about Jesus. He stood before Pilate, falsely accused, surrounded by lies, and yet He did not answer every charge. He allowed heaven's plan to unfold. In the same way, you have faced trials where the temptation was to defend yourself. Instead, you were led to stay silent. And in that silence, God wrote victory. Each whisper against you was like wind against a tree. Wind can break weak branches, but it also strengthens roots. The more storms blew, the deeper your roots grew. Silent battles forced you to anchor in God, not in people's approval. That anchoring has made you unshakable. And do not forget this: when people speak against you in hidden places, they are unknowingly giving you free advertisement in the spirit. Your name travels farther. Your presence becomes heavier. Your influence expands. What was meant to diminish you often multiplies you. It is written again in the wisdom of Proverbs, chapter 19, verse 21. Many are the plans in a person's heart, but it is the Lord's purpose that prevails. And this verse explains your life. They planned, they plotted, they whispered, but the Lord's purpose remains untouched. Their meetings could not rewrite heaven's script. Their hostility could not cancel divine intention. You stand today because His purpose prevails. So, chosen one, do not fear the rooms you never entered. Do not be anxious about the conversations you never heard. For the voice that matters has already spoken, and when God declares His word over you, no other word can override it. You have often wondered why rejection seemed to follow you like a shadow. Doors that appeared wide open suddenly slammed shut. People who once embraced you suddenly withdrew. At times, it felt like punishment. At other times, it seemed like failure. But the truth is far deeper. Rejection has always been a tool in the hands of God. What looked like a barrier was often a redirection. What felt like loss was actually preservation. Think back to moments where your heart was heavy with disappointment. You prayed for an opportunity, believing it was the breakthrough you needed. You knocked on the door with faith, only to find it locked. You questioned yourself. You questioned God. You even questioned your own worth. Yet as time passed, you began to see the hidden wisdom. Had that door opened, you would have walked into something that would have drained you, broken you, or delayed you. The rejection you mourned became the rescue you never expected. Imagine a shepherd leading his flock along the hillside. One path looks easy, smooth, inviting, yet the shepherd pulls the sheep away from it, guiding them onto a steeper, more difficult climb. To the sheep, it feels like cruelty. To the shepherd, it is protection. At the end of the climb, fresh water and safe pasture await. The smoother path, though appealing, hid wolves in the valley. This is what God has done for you. The rejection that hurt your feelings was the redirection that saved your future. Many chosen ones have lived through this pattern. There was a man who longed to work with a certain company. He applied multiple times, each rejection cutting deeper. Years later, the same company collapsed in scandal, leaving hundreds unemployed. Meanwhile, God had planted him in a stable place where his skills could flourish. Looking back, he no longer wept over rejection. He thanked God for it. What seemed like a curse was in fact a shield. Rejection has also purified your motives. When people walked away, you were left to ask, why do I keep going? Is it for their approval? Or is it because of the calling on my life? In those moments of loneliness, you discovered what truly fuels you. Approval fades, applause dies, but calling remains. Rejection stripped away the noise so you could hear God more clearly. Think of clay on a potter's wheel. The potter shapes and presses, then sometimes crushes the vessel to begin again. To the clay, it feels like destruction. But in the hands of the potter, it is refinement. Each rejection you faced was not destruction, but reshaping. God was molding you into a vessel strong enough to carry glory without breaking. Rejection also revealed who truly belonged in your life. Those who abandoned you were never assigned to your destiny. They may have been part of your journey, but they were not part of your destination. Their departure hurt, but it cleared the path for the right people, those aligned with your calling, those strong enough to walk with you into your future. At times, you tried to hold on to people who were already walking away. You clung to relationships that were already fading. You begged for opportunities that were never meant for you. Yet, the more you fought, the more rejection pressed in. It was not cruelty, it was clarity. God was showing you what was not yours, so that when He gave you what was, you would recognize the difference. Rejection also deepened your dependence. Had every door opened easily, you would have trusted doors instead of the one who holds the keys. By closing paths, God taught you to trust His hand, not your own strategy. You learned to walk by faith, not by sight. And faith forged in rejection is faith that cannot be shaken. The Apostle reminds us in the letter to James, chapter 1, verse 12, "Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love Him." This is the promise for you. Every rejection you endured was a trial, a test of your endurance. And each time you stood, each time you chose to keep walking, heaven recorded it. Your crown is being formed, not in seasons of applause, but in seasons of rejection. So lift your eyes and see rejection differently. It is no longer your enemy, it is your escort. It guided you away from danger. It purified your heart. It strengthened your faith. It clarified your relationships. And it positioned you for greater rejection in the hands of God. becomes redirection. And redirection always leads to destiny. But let's look even deeper. Chosen one. Rejection has not only shaped your path, it has shaped your heart. Each time you were turned away, you discovered the treasure of resilience. You learned how to bend without breaking, how to stand tall even when the ground beneath you felt unstable. That resilience is not ordinary. It is the fruit of God's hand, molding you in hidden places. Consider how rejection refined your vision. When people shut doors in your face, you learned to lift your eyes higher. Instead of being trapped in bitterness, you searched for greater meaning. And in that searching, you found God's whisper guiding you to paths you never imagined. The very act of being pushed out created the momentum that drove you forward. There is also humility in rejection. Success without resistance can breed arrogance. But when rejection carves deep wounds, it also carves deep wells of humility. You do not look down on others because you know the pain of being overlooked. You carry compassion for the broken because you have been broken yourself. And compassion is a mark of true greatness. Rejection has also taught you how to value acceptance when it comes. When the right people embrace you, when the right opportunities open, you no longer take them for granted. You cherish them because you know the taste of being denied. You recognize alignment because you have walked through misalignment. Think of a blacksmith forging a sword. The metal is heated, hammered, cooled, and then heated again. The process is repetitive, even violent. But the end result is a blade that cannot be broken. Rejection has been your forge. Each blow has only strengthened you, preparing you for battles yet to come. So do not despise rejection. It was never meant to destroy you, it was meant to refine you. Each closed door has been a hidden blessing. Each no, a divine redirection. Each painful departure, a step closer to destiny. There is a reason the fight against you intensified every time you took a step forward. It wasn't because you did something wrong. It was because you carried something right. Every decision to obey God sent shockwaves into the unseen realm. Darkness felt threatened, and people around you sometimes unknowingly mirrored that resistance. When you chose to walk with integrity, it shook the foundations of compromise. When you chose to rise early and pray, it disturbed the atmosphere of complacency. When you said yes to God's plan, you were saying no to every scheme of the enemy. That yes frightened the spirits of darkness. And so, the fight around you increased. Imagine a runner on a track. At the start, the crowd barely notices, but as the runner speeds toward the finish line, the cheers and the noise grow louder. Some cheer in celebration, others in envy. But the noise is proof of progress. You, chosen one, have been running your race, and the louder the opposition, the closer you are to the finish line. But pause here. Do you realize what this means? The resistance you faced is confirmation. They didn't fight you when you were silent, when you hid your light, when you tried to blend in. They fought you when you stood up, when you carried hope, when you began to move in your purpose. Your warfare is not proof of weakness, it is proof of movement. There was once a young man who dared to dream bigger than his surroundings. He worked on his vision in secret, writing notes by candlelight, holding on to faith when no one believed. The more he shared his ideas, the more criticism rose. Some mocked. Others tried to discourage him. But each word of resistance became fuel. Years later, when his dream came to pass, even his critics had to acknowledge it. The fight against him was evidence that destiny was real. Chosen one. Let me say this clearly. Your rising has made them fearful. Not because of what you have now, but because of what you are becoming. You are like a tree that has just begun to show fruit. At first, no one noticed the roots. But now, with fruit visible, the attention and the opposition has grown. The ancient words recorded in the book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 9 remind us, "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." That is not only a comfort, it is a command. Strength and courage are not optional for the chosen ones. They are requirements. And every time you choose strength over fear, courage over retreat, you step further into the promise written over your life. Now, allow me to speak to your heart in a practical way. Messages like these are more than words. They are seeds. They are planted into the soil of your spirit, and over time they bear fruit. If these words have watered your soul, I invite you to help water others. You can do that when you like this message, so more people can find it. When you share it with someone who is thirsty for hope. And when you subscribe, so you remain connected like a branch staying attached to the tree of life. Cut off, it withers. Connected, it flourishes. And yes, if you feel led, you can also donate, not as an obligation, not as a transaction, but as a free offering from your heart. Think of it like a traveler pouring a drop of oil into a lamp along the journey. That small act keeps the flame alive, so others walking in the night can see their way. Your giving becomes oil. It keeps the lamp burning, not just for you, but for many who walk behind you. You are never required to give. This is not a condition. It is simply an opportunity to participate in something greater than yourself. Just as a lamp burns brighter when fueled, your support allows the light of these words to reach further. Some may never hear unless others help carry the flame. So let your heart decide. Whether you give or not, you remain chosen. Whether you donate or not, this message is yours freely. But if you choose to pour into this work, know that your seed becomes part of the harvest of lives touched, encouraged, and restored, like a river flowing. Every contribution, no matter how small, merges into a stream that quenches dry ground. And one day, you may meet someone whose life was changed because you chose to release a drop of rain. That is the beauty of giving. It multiplies far beyond what you can measure. So take courage in your rising, and take peace in knowing this. They fought you because of fear, not because of truth. And the very fear they carried only confirms the greatness you carry. Nothing they did, nothing they said, nothing they planned has the power to undo what God Himself has written. The fight against you is proof of your future, and the future is closer than you realize. From the beginning, God has seen every hidden plot, every shadowed scheme designed to bring you down. Nothing escaped His gaze. While people whispered in secret, heaven listened in silence. While plans formed against you in darkness, God's light exposed every step before it reached you. That is why you are still here today. Chosen one. The truth is this: they fought against you because they feared the power of what you carry. Yet every scheme has already been intercepted. What they meant for evil has been recycled into good. Their plans may have been loud in their own hearts, but compared to the voice of heaven, they were faint echoes. Picture a chessboard. Each piece moves with intent, with strategy. The enemy plots a move to trap you, but the master of the board already sees 10 moves ahead. While they thought they had checkmate, God quietly moved a piece you didn't even see, turning defeat into victory. That is how your life has been. You are not surviving by accident. You are living because God outmaneuvered every scheme. There was once a woman who felt surrounded on every side. Friends betrayed her. Work became unbearable, and her health declined. She cried at night, wondering if God had turned his face away. Years later, she looked back and realized that every hidden attack had failed. Every trap that was meant to snare her became a lesson that made her stronger. What felt like abandonment was actually God pulling her out of hidden pits. Do you see the pattern? If the schemes had worked, you would not be listening to this now. If the traps had succeeded, your story would have ended in silence. But heaven intercepted them. What they planned in secret, God dismantled in public. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Nahum. Chapter 1, verse 7. The Lord is good, a refuge in times of trouble. He cares for those who trust in him. 1. This is your assurance. You have walked through trouble, but you have never been without refuge. You trusted, even when trembling, and heaven responded with protection. Chosen one. Their schemes were like waves crashing against a rock. The waves roar. They foam. They strike with force. But when the water retreats, the rock still stands unmoved. That rock is you. You are not destroyed by the attack. You are revealed by it. Each wave only proves the strength of your foundation. Think of a house built on sand. Storms come, and the walls collapse. Yet a house built on solid rock remains firm, no matter the storm's rage. That is why you still stand. You were never built on sand. Your faith, though tested, has anchored you in the rock of ages. And now I must invite you into a prophetic act. If you know that God has been your refuge, if you feel in your heart that every scheme against you has already been overturned, then declare it openly. Write the number 444 inches. The comments. Why 444? Because it is a reminder of stability, of foundation, of a God who holds all things together. By typing it, you are not pleasing an algorithm. You are proclaiming, my life is built on solid ground, and no storm can take me down. When you see your own number written there, you will remember that heaven has defended you. When others see it, they will know you are part of the army of chosen ones rising. Unbroken, unshaken, undefeated. So walk in peace, knowing this: every scheme has failed, every trap has collapsed, every hidden plan has been exposed before it could harm you. You are not a victim of the fight. You are the survivor of 1,000 unseen victories, and the greatest battles have already been won on your behalf. But let us slow down here, because the story of your protection is not something small. It is vast, layered, and deeply personal. Every scheme that fell apart was proof of God's invisible shield around you. There were nights you could not sleep, yet you did not know that in those very hours, arrows of the enemy were breaking against your shield, while you wrestled with worry. Angels were standing guard, What looked like ordinary survival was supernatural defense. Sometimes the protection came in the form of sudden interruptions. A call delayed you. A flat tire frustrated you. A closed door upset you. Yet those very interruptions saved you from hidden snares. What you thought was bad timing was divine timing. Other times, protection came through inner nudges. Something in your spirit told you, do not go there. Do not trust this. Do not sign that paper. You hesitated and later realized why. That inner voice was not random. It was the Spirit whispering safety over your life. Protection has also come through strength you didn't know you had. You thought you would break under the weight of betrayal, yet you endured. You thought you would drown under the flood of grief, yet you rose. That endurance itself was evidence God was sustaining you from within. Chosen one, your story is like a fortress. The enemy surrounded it with noise, with threats, with fire. But the walls did not fall, because the architect of heaven laid your foundation. Every brick of your life was sealed with his covenant. And the schemes of people, they were like arrows shot at the sun. They looked sharp. They traveled far. But they could never reach their target. You are illuminated by a light, untouchable by human hands. So let your heart be at peace. You are not walking naked through this world. You are clothed in an unseen armor. The enemy sees it, even when you forget it. And that is why the battle against you has always failed. The more you look back, the more you will see it. The close calls, the sudden escapes, the unexpected turnarounds, all evidence that you were never alone. And because God has shielded you until now, He will not stop. The same hand that covered you yesterday will carry you into tomorrow. Every fight you endured carried a deeper cause than what the eye could see. On the surface, it looked like people resisting you, a family member misunderstanding you, a colleague undermining you, a friend suddenly turning cold. But beneath those actions was a darker current. The resistance against you was not merely flesh and blood, it was a spiritual force. Chosen one. You need to see this clearly. People may have spoken the words, but something else was driving them. The opposition came clothed in human faces, but its root was unseen. From the very beginning, darkness has feared the light, and in you, that light burns strong. Imagine walking into a dim room with a lantern. The lantern does not argue with the darkness. It does not shout. It does not fight. It simply shines. Yet the moment it shines, the shadows retreat. They cannot resist it. They cannot coexist with it. This is why resistance rose the moment your light became visible. Many of your battles have been disguised as personal conflict, arguments, gossip, exclusion, rejection. You thought it was about you as a person, but in reality, those were symptoms of a greater war. The kingdom of darkness recognized the anointing on your life and sought to silence it. There was once a young believer who felt constantly opposed in her workplace. No matter how hard she tried, it seemed like colleagues found fault in everything she did. She almost quit, thinking she was not good enough. But one night, in prayer, she realized her presence was convicting them. Her kindness highlighted their cruelty. Her diligence revealed their laziness. It wasn't her performance, it was her light. From then on, she stopped seeing her struggle as personal and began to see it as spiritual. And when she shifted her perspective, she also found her peace. That is what you must understand. Flesh and blood are not your enemies. People may carry out the actions, but the root of your opposition lies deeper. And when you recognize this, your battle strategy changes. You stop wasting energy fighting people, and you begin standing firm in the Spirit. The Apostle wrote it in his letter to the Ephesians, chapter 6, verse 12. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. Underquote. This scripture explains much of your life. It reveals why certain battles seemed unreasonable, why hostility rose without cause, why jealousy appeared without logic. Because what was fighting you was not human reasoning, it was spiritual resistance. Think of an archer drawing back an arrow. The archer's hand is visible, but the force that propels the arrow is invisible tension. In the same way, people may have been the hands that released words against you, but the force behind those words came from an unseen realm. Chosen one, you must not live in bitterness against people. If you see only faces, you will waste your fight. Forgiveness is your shield because it refuses to let the enemy use you as well. When you forgive, you disarm the spiritual forces that tried to use others as weapons against you. At times, you may have felt like giving up because the weight was unbearable. But even then, God was equipping you. The battles you fought in silence were training grounds for greater authority. Each resistance added muscle to your spirit. Each attack forced you to press deeper into prayer. Each disappointment drew you closer to the presence of God. Your life is like a sword being sharpened. Sparks flew as the metal scraped against stone, but each strike refined the edge. Opposition has done the same for you. Though painful, it has honed you into someone sharper, someone stronger, someone unafraid to stand in the light. And now, with hindsight, you can see how those battles shaped you. They made you wiser, more discerning, more grounded. You no longer panic at the sight of conflict, because you understand what is truly happening. You see beyond the surface. The spirit behind their resistance has been exposed, and because you see it for what it is, it can no longer intimidate you. You are not merely enduring, you are overcoming. But let us pause here. When you see the true nature of your battles, fear begins to lose its grip. Fear thrives in confusion. But once you recognize the enemy, the fog clears. You stop asking, "Why do they hate me?" and begin declaring, "It was never them, it was the darkness trembling at my light." Think of David before Goliath. The giant mocked him, but David never treated it as a personal insult. He saw it for what it was, a challenge against the living God. That recognition gave him courage. He picked up 5 stones, not because he trusted in stones, but because he trusted in the God who sent him. You, too, are holding stones of faith, small in appearance, but powerful in the hands of God. This shift of perspective is what transforms your spirit. Instead of exhaustion, you find energy. Instead of despair, you find clarity, because you know the real target. And when you strike at the root instead of the fruit, your blows are effective. The voices that once tormented you will fade into background noise. The faces that once seemed threatening will lose their power over you. For you now understand, people are not your enemies. They are often captives of a darker force, and your endurance becomes the very witness that can set them free. Chosen one, The spirit behind their resistance is strong, but the spirit within you is stronger, and that spirit has already declared victory. You have often asked yourself why you could never blend in, why, even in a crowd, you felt like an outsider. While others seemed to move easily with the current, you always felt the resistance of the stream. You were not made to conform. Chosen one. You were designed to stand apart. From the earliest days, there were moments when you sensed this, perhaps in school, when you thought differently than those around you, or in your family, where your questions seemed too deep, your vision too large, your spirit too restless. No matter how much you tried to fit the mold always broke. It was not rejection, it was revelation. Heaven had stamped you with difference. Think of a key. Most keys look alike. Their ridges simple, uniform. But some keys are carved in ways that seem strange, even awkward. They cannot open ordinary locks. Yet when the right door appears, that unique carving becomes essential. You are that kind of key. Your difference is not a mistake. It is the design for doors others cannot open. This inability to blend in has been both a burden and a blessing. At times, you longed for acceptance. You wished you could simply move unnoticed, merge with the crowd, live quietly, but your spirit rebelled against it. No matter how much you tried to silence your convictions, something inside you burned too brightly. That fire refused to let you disappear. There was once a woman who struggled deeply with this reality. In her community, everyone followed tradition without question, but she always sensed there was more. Her dreams stretched beyond the boundaries of her small village. People laughed, calling her strange, ambitious, restless. For years, she tried to suppress it, forcing herself to act like the rest, but it never lasted. Eventually, the difference became undeniable, and what others mocked as restlessness became the very drive that led her to build something remarkable. Your story mirrors hers. The things that made you different were never flaws. They were hints of the assignment written into your DNA. Consider the eagle, surrounded by birds that flock together. The eagle soars alone. It does not blend into the group, because its wings were built for higher altitudes. Other birds may chatter in the trees, but the eagle sees horizons they cannot imagine. Your life has always carried that eagle spirit. You may sit among the flock for a season, but sooner or later, your wings demand the skies. The Word of God reminds us in the letter to Philippians, chapter 1, verse 6, being confident of this, that he who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. This is the reason you cannot blend in. God began a specific work in you, not a generic, one-size-fits-all task, but a unique calling. And because he began it, he will not allow you to dilute yourself to match the crowd. At times, your uniqueness made you a target. Others sensed it even when you tried to hide it. They called you arrogant, when in truth, you were simply different. They labeled you rebellious, when in truth you were obedient to a higher voice. They excluded you, because your presence disrupted the comfort of conformity. But this disruption was necessary. If you had been embraced too easily, you might have settled where you did not belong. You might have exchanged your crown for approval, your calling for comfort. God loved you too much to let that happen. So he allowed discomfort to remind you You are not like the rest. Picture a musician handed a violin in a room full of drummers. No matter how skillfully the violin plays, it will never sound like the drums. It will stand out. And if the violinist tries to strike the drum with his bow, the bow will break, and the music will die. The violin must remain true to itself. That is your story. You are not called to echo the noise of others. You are called to release a melody only you can play. Your uniqueness has also been your shield. If you had blended in, you would have inherited the battles of the crowd. You would have carried weights never meant for you. By setting you apart, God has preserved you for something beyond the horizon. And though loneliness has often walked beside you, it was never abandonment. It was God's way of teaching you intimacy with Him. When others turned away, He leaned closer. When you had no one to confide in, His Spirit whispered in your silence. This is why, even in isolation, you were never truly alone. Chosen one. Your inability to blend in is your greatest evidence of calling. Do not despise it. Do not curse it. Celebrate it. For while others chase belonging, you carry purpose, and purpose will always outweigh popularity. Your difference is your crown, and though the world may not understand it, heaven rejoices in it. You were not made to blend, you were made to shine. And let this truth settle in you. You are not misplaced. You are not defective. You are not late. You are precisely shaped for what only you can unlock. The world often misunderstands what it cannot control. Just as a key looks strange until the right door appears, your difference may seem unnecessary until the season of revelation comes. But when the moment arrives, every curve of your journey, every edge of your character, every scar of your story will fit perfectly into the lock that no one else could open. Think again of the eagle. Its wingspan would be wasted in a cage. The cage may feel safe, but the sky was always the design. Likewise, your calling cannot be caged by other people's expectations. You were made for higher places. So, walk forward. Not with apology, but with assurance. For the very thing that kept you from blending in is the very thing that proves you were chosen all along. There is a pain sharper than open conflict, the sting of false friendship, smiles that hid envy, words that sounded kind but carried poison, embraces that concealed daggers. You know this pain. You have felt the weight of sitting beside people who praised you in public but criticized you in secret. Chosen one. Betrayal rarely comes from strangers. It comes from those close enough to touch your heart. The enemy does not always attack from the front. Often, he moves through familiar faces. That is why the shock of betrayal cut you so deeply. You never expected it from them. Imagine a banquet table filled with laughter. One guest lifts a cup in your honor, yet in their heart, they hope to see you fall. Another nods in agreement to your dreams, but secretly plots against them. These hidden motives are why you sensed unease, even when words sounded sweet. There was once a man who trusted his companions fully. He shared his vision with them, gave freely, celebrated their victories. Yet, when opportunity for advancement arose, those same companions twisted his words, painting him as unworthy. The betrayal nearly broke him. But over time he saw it differently. Their false friendship was the fire that refined his discernment. Without it, he would have trusted the wrong people in greater seasons. You too have learned discernment through pain. Every smile is not pure. Every word of support is not genuine. But instead of making you bitter, it has made you wise. Wisdom is not suspicious, it is discerning. It allows you to see beyond the mask and to guard your heart without hardening it. The Apostle Paul wrote to the Corinthians in his first letter, chapter 15, verse 33, "Do not be misled. Bad company corrupts good character." This verse is not simply a warning, it is a revelation. It explains why God allowed false friendships to fade. Had you remained tied to them, their corruption would have touched your character. By removing them, God preserved the purity of what He placed in you. So do not mourn too long over those who left. Their departure was divine protection. Their absence created space for those who truly carry your heart. And here is a moment for you to act. If this speaks to you, declare it openly. Type in the comments, "I cut ties." Only 3 words, but filled with power. By writing it, you are not attacking people, you are severing the grip of false alignment. You are declaring freedom from unhealthy bonds, releasing yourself to walk in truth. You are wiser now. You see deeper now, and no mask, no false smile, no empty praise can deceive you again. Let us go deeper into this reality, because betrayal and false friendship have been some of the sharpest tools God has used to shape you. It hurt, yes, but hidden in the pain was protection. Consider the story of Judas and Jesus. Judas walked closely with the Master. He ate with him, traveled with him, and even carried the money bag. Outwardly, he looked like a disciple, but inwardly, his motives were twisted. His betrayal was not a failure of Jesus' discernment. It was the fulfillment of a prophecy. Sometimes, false friends remain close, not because you are blind, but because their presence serves a higher purpose in your own life. Those who smiled but secretly despised, you were allowed to remain for a season. They tested your endurance. They exposed your need to lean on God, not people. And when the time came, they revealed their true colors. It was painful, but it was also clarifying. You learned who was truly with you. Think of a tree in autumn. At first, the leaves still cling, even as the season shifts. But when the wind blows, the weak leaves fall. Only the strong remain attached. Betrayal has been your autumn wind. It stripped away the weak attachments so that only the strong ones could endure. You may ask, why didn't God stop the betrayal? Because betrayal has a way of propelling you into destiny. Joseph's brothers betrayed him, selling him into slavery. That act was cruel, but it positioned him for the palace. Had they never betrayed him, he would have remained in the field. In the same way, false friends may have pushed you away, but their push only moved you closer to where you were meant to be. Another layer of betrayal is its ability to sharpen discernment. Without it, you would have continued trusting every word, every smile, every promise. Betrayal trained your spirit to see beyond appearances. You can now sense the difference between words that carry life and words that carry poison. This discernment is a gift, one forged in fire. But betrayal does not only expose others, it also reveals you. It shows whether you will become bitter or better. Many collapse under betrayal, building walls so high that no one can enter again. But you, chosen one, have chosen differently. You allowed the pain to refine you. not imprison you. And that choice is what makes you stronger. Think of gold placed in fire. The flames do not destroy it, they refine it. The impurities rise to the surface, and the gold becomes purer than before. Betrayal was your fire, but instead of destroying you, it revealed the purity of your faith, the resilience of your love, and the strength of your calling. There is also this truth: those who betrayed you will one day witness your rise. God often orchestrates vindication in the presence of enemies, not to humiliate them, but to demonstrate his faithfulness. The very people who doubted you will see what they could not stop. And when that moment comes, you will not seek revenge. You will shine with grace, proving that betrayal did not poison you. Do not despise the pain of false friendship. Do not waste your tears on those who walked away. Their role was temporary, their presence seasonal, their departure necessary. Your story is not diminished by their absence, it is purified by it. Chosen one, you are stepping into a season where discernment will guard you, purity will guide you, and destiny will unfold, unhindered by false alliances. The betrayals of the past have trained you for the alignments of the future, and now you are ready. Your survival is not just survival, it is evidence. Every morning you wake up, you are proof that the storm did not win. Every step you take forward, you testify that the fire could not consume you. The fact that you are still here is no small thing. It is heaven's signature written across your life. Chosen one. You have walked through valleys that swallowed others. You have faced storms that left others in silence. Yet somehow, you are still breathing, still rising, still holding on to hope. That alone should tell you you are carried by something greater than yourself. Think of a candle burning in the middle of strong winds. Any ordinary flame would be snuffed out quickly, but this candle has a glass shield around it. The wind blows, the storm rages, yet the flame refuses to die. You are that flame. Your life has been sheltered, not by your own strength, but by the invisible hand of God. Your survival is not accidental. It is intentional. Every tear you cried watered the soil of your future. Every heartbreak carved space for greater capacity. Every disappointment laid a brick in the foundation of endurance. You are stronger than you know, not because you avoided battles, but because you survived them. There was once a man who faced repeated losses. His business collapsed. His friends abandoned him. His health failed. Everyone expected him to break. Yet years later, they saw him standing taller, with wisdom in his words and peace in his eyes. When asked how he endured, he simply said, "Every loss was a lesson. Every fall was a rising disguised." That is your story. 2. The book of Hebrews, chapter 6, verse 10, reminds us, God is not unjust. He will not forget your work and the love you have shown him. This verse is not poetry, it is reality. Outwardly, you may have been wounded, but inwardly, you were renewed. Outwardly, battles scarred you. Inwardly, battles built you. That renewal is why you are still here. Now pause and consider this. Messages like these are more than words. They are reminders that you are not alone, that your flame is still burning. And when a flame burns, it naturally gives light to others. If this light has reached you, I invite you to help carry it further. Not by force, not by obligation, but as a voluntary act of love. When you like this message, it is as if you are adding oil to the flame, making it brighter for someone else to see. When you share, it is like handing a torch to someone walking in the dark, giving them guidance they didn't know they needed. When you subscribe, you are not just clicking a button, you are choosing to stay connected to a well that continually flows. It is like planting your roots near a river, even in drought. You will find water. Staying connected ensures you are never cut off from the stream of encouragement heaven keeps releasing. And if you feel led, you can also donate. Think of it not as a payment, but as planting a seed. Seeds look small, almost insignificant, but when placed in the soil, they grow into trees that give shade, fruit, and shelter to many. Your seed, no matter the size, becomes part of a harvest that reaches far beyond what you can see. Imagine a weary traveler on a long road. Along the way, someone places a cup of water in their hand. That single act revives their strength, helping them continue. When you give, you become that hand offering water. You refresh others who are close to giving up. And remember this, giving is always voluntary. Whether you give or not, your worth remains the same. This message is yours freely. But if you choose to pour into this work, your drop of water joins a river that keeps flowing into deserts of despair. So let your heart decide. You are free to walk away, or free to sow. Either way, you are chosen, and nothing can take that away. Your survival is proof. Your rising is evidence. And your choice to participate, whether by sharing, subscribing, or giving, is not just an action, but a beautiful offering of light in a world still fighting with shadows. Survival, chosen one, is not simply breathing. It is standing after being struck, smiling after being wounded, believing after being broken. You carry within you the evidence that storms cannot erase destiny. Think of a tree scarred by lightning. Its bark may be split, its branches burned, yet it continues to grow. New leaves still sprout. Fruit still comes in season. The scars remain. But they no longer speak of destruction, they speak of endurance. That is you. Your scars are not shame. They are stories of how you endured what should have ended you. And here is the beauty. Your survival is not for you alone. Others will see your life and realize they, too, can rise. Your endurance becomes their hope. Your testimony becomes their map. Without even knowing, you are a lighthouse guiding others through storms you've already crossed. So lift your head high. Survival was not the end. It was the beginning of a greater unveiling. You are living proof that nothing can destroy what God Himself has preserved. Dreams are not simply images of the night. They are glimpses of destiny. They are sparks that reveal what heaven has planted inside you. And because of that, your dreams have always stirred warfare from the beginning. Whenever you dared to see bigger, to hope deeper, to imagine beyond the boundaries set around you, resistance rose. Not because your dreams were unrealistic, but because your dreams threatened those who lived bound by smallness. Your vision exposed the limits they had accepted, and that exposure made them uncomfortable. Think of Joseph. He was young when he dreamed of sheaves bowing and stars honoring him. He did not yet understand the weight of what he saw. But the moment he spoke, the atmosphere shifted. His brothers, who once walked with him, began to despise him. The dream itself did not harm them, it only revealed his future. Yet envy burned, and betrayal followed. This has been your story too. Whenever you carried a dream, people misunderstood. They said you were arrogant, when in truth you were obedient to vision. They accused you of aiming too high, when in truth you were simply describing what heaven showed you. They could not see the blueprint you carried, so they fought against it. Chosen one, dreams are like seeds, placed in the soil of your spirit. They look small and fragile, yet within them lies forests, rivers, nations. The enemy fears that if your dream grows, it will bear fruit beyond calculation. So he attacks at the seed stage. He tries to choke it with doubt, bury it with discouragement, drown it with rejection. But the seed remains alive, because God planted it. There was once a young woman who dreamed of building a school for children in her village. At first, she shared her idea with those closest to her, hoping for encouragement. Instead, she was met with laughter. Impossible, they said. Who do you think you are? Their words wounded her, but they did not kill the dream. Over years of perseverance, she saw the dream rise from paper to reality. Today, children learn within walls once mocked as fantasy. This is the power of a dream. It survives ridicule. It outlives betrayal. It thrives in hidden soil until the season of unveiling. Your own dreams have carried this same pattern. Every time you shared them, opposition came. People tried to shrink them, to silence them, to bury them. But even in silence, the dream breathed. Even when you forgot it for a season, it whispered from within. Dreams given by God cannot die. They only wait. Scripture reminds us in the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, "For the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it lingers, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay." This verse explains the warfare. The dream lingers, and in that waiting, impatience tries to creep in. The enemy whispers, "It will never happen." Yet God declares, "It will not prove false." The fight you endured was never about your ability, it was about your endurance. Would you keep believing while waiting? Would you hold on even when mocked? Dreams are like fire hidden in embers. They may look faint, but with the right breath, they ignite into flame. Every tear you cried, every prayer you whispered, every step you took in faith, they were all breaths fueling the ember. And now, the fire refuses to go out. Understand this: your dreams do not only belong to you. They are assignments. They are answers to prayers others have prayed. When you dream of healing, someone sick is waiting. When you dream of building, someone homeless is waiting. When you dream of creating, someone hopeless is waiting. That is why the warfare against your dreams has been so intense, because your dream is not just about you. It carries multitudes. Picture an archer aiming an arrow. Before the arrow is released, the bow must be pulled back with pressure. The farther it is pulled back, the farther it will fly. Your setbacks, your delays, your rejections have been the pulling back. They created tension, but the dream, like the arrow, will fly farther than you imagined once released. Do not despise the warfare. It is proof of weight. Small dreams attract no battle. Only great visions stir hell. If your dream has been fought fiercely, it is because it carries impact far beyond your imagination. Chosen one. Remember, the dream is alive, even if you tried to bury it under work, under distraction, under fear. It continues to pulse inside you. It will not leave you, because it did not begin with you, it began with God. And what begins with God always finds completion. So, lift your eyes. The dream is not dead. It is only hidden, waiting for its appointed season. And when it unfolds, even those who mocked will see the hand of God upon your life. And let us stretch this vision further. A dream, chosen one, is not fragile glass, it is living fire. You may try to smother it, but deep beneath the ashes, the coal still glows. One breath of God can awaken it again, and suddenly what looked dead bursts into flame. Think of Moses. For 40 years, he buried his dream of deliverance while tending sheep in the desert. To him, the dream was gone, but in God's timing, the fire reappeared, this time in the form of a burning bush. The dream was never dead, it was waiting for its moment. That same principle holds true in your life. The seasons of silence, the years of delay, the times you almost gave up, these did not cancel your dream. They preserved it. They allowed it to grow roots in hidden soil, so that when it emerges, no storm can uproot it. So do not mourn what feels unfinished. Do not bury what God has only planted. Your dream is not fading, it is ripening. And soon, the world will see the harvest that heaven already declared over your life. You once believed that delays meant denial. You thought silence meant abandonment. But now you see what you called delay was actually protection. God has never been late. His timing has always been perfect, even when it contradicted your expectations. Chosen one. Every pause in your life carried purpose. When the door did not open, it was because danger waited on the other side. When the opportunity slipped away, it was because the weight would have crushed you unprepared. When people left you, it was because their presence would have corrupted your path. What you called delay was heaven's strategy to preserve your destiny. Think of a fruit. If eaten too soon, it is bitter. If harvested too early, it cannot nourish. Only in its appointed season does it carry sweetness. Your life has followed this same rhythm. Every delay has been ripening. What looked like wasted time was actually preparation time. There was once a man who longed to begin his ministry. He studied, prayed, and prepared. But every time he tried to step out, the doors remained shut. For years, he battled discouragement. Yet when the time finally arrived, he realized why God had withheld it. The people he was meant to serve were not ready earlier. His waiting aligned perfectly with their need. Delay was not denial, it was synchronization. Your own story is filled with these hidden synchronizations. You met the right person at the right moment. You found the right opportunity when you had nearly given up. You discovered strength in a season when weakness seemed overwhelming. Each of these was evidence that God's delay is never wasted. The prophet wrote in Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 1, "There is a time for everything, and a season for every activity under the heavens." This is why your waiting has been so fierce. It wasn't just empty time, it was sacred time. Heaven was aligning things beyond your vision. And though you wept, though you questioned, though you wrestled with doubt, heaven remained steady. Picture a seed underground, to the eye above. Nothing is happening, but beneath the soil, roots are forming. The seed is stretching, anchoring, preparing. If you dig it up too soon, you destroy the process. That is why God kept you hidden. Your roots were not ready to face the winds yet. He allowed delay so that when you rise, you will not fall. At times, you compared your journey with others. You saw their progress, their breakthroughs, their victories, and you felt behind. But remember, each tree has its own season. An oak takes longer to grow than a flower, but when it stands, it provides shelter for generations. You are not a flower, chosen one, you are an oak. Your waiting has been longer because your calling is greater. Delays have also been your training ground. You learned endurance when answers did not come quickly. You learned faith when signs seemed absent. You learned humility when others succeeded before you. And all these lessons became treasures in your spirit, preparing you to carry what others cannot. Think of a soldier. Before the battlefield, he spends years in training. To outsiders, training looks like wasted time, running drills, repeating motions, enduring discipline. But when war arrives, that training becomes his survival. Your delays were your training. They did not waste you, they prepared you. Chosen one. Heaven has not forgotten you. The dream you carry has not expired. The promise you wait for has not been abandoned. Delay has been God's way of weaving strength, wisdom, and resilience into your spirit. And now, I invite you to declare your faith openly. If you know in your heart that delay has only been protection, type the number 555 inches the comments. Why 555? Because it represents grace multiplied, triple favor, divine timing, perfected. By writing it, you are not chasing a number, you are declaring, my delay was divine, and my time is near. Let those numbers speak louder than your doubts. Let them remind you that heaven's clock runs differently than earth's. You have not been late, you have been preserved. So walk forward with confidence. What once felt like wasted years will soon be revealed as years of preparation. The waiting has ripened you. The silence has refined you. And when the appointed moment comes, nothing will be able to stop what heaven has prepared. Delay was never denial. It was always divine. Let us pause to separate clearly what has often been confused: delay and denial. They feel similar when you are waiting, but their purposes are worlds apart. Denial closes the door forever. It says, this path is not yours. Delay, on the other hand, closes the door for a season, only to open it again at the perfect time. One is rejection, the other is preservation. Think of a child asking for the keys to drive. The parent does not hand them over, not because the child will never drive, but because the time is not safe yet. Delay in that moment is not cruelty, it is care. Later, when the child matures, the same keys are given. The wait was love, not punishment, in your life. Many of the no's were not rejections. They were pauses. They were God holding the keys, waiting until your hands were steady enough, your eyes clear enough, your heart humble enough to carry the weight. And here is the truth. When the time finally arrives, the blessing will fit you perfectly. It will not feel forced. It will not come too soon or too late. It will arrive like rain after drought, refreshing, abondant, indéniable. So remember this distinction. Whenever impatience rises, denial ends a chapter, but delay writes it more beautifully. Your waiting is not wasted. It is the ink God uses to script a story that will last. There has always been something about your voice that unsettled the atmosphere, not merely the sound of your words, but the authority behind them. From the time you were young, you noticed how people reacted when you spoke. Some leaned in, drawn to the weight you carried. Others frowned, uncomfortable with the truth hidden in your tone. This is why, throughout your journey, there have been forces determined to silence you. Chosen one, your voice is more than sound. It is a weapon. It carries the resonance of truth, and truth unsettles lies. It carries the vibration of light, and light exposes darkness. Those who wished to silence you did not merely dislike your words, they feared what your words unlocked. Think of a trumpet kept hidden in a dark cellar. Dust gathers on it. Silence covers it. And yet, even in neglect, its purpose does not fade. The trumpet was never designed for silence. It was made to release a sound that awakens armies and signals change. You are that trumpet. The enemy tried to bury you, to convince you that your words carried no value. But the call of God in your spirit will not be muted. There was once a young girl whose poems stirred people's hearts. Whenever she spoke her verses, the room grew still, and even hardened souls felt tears rise. But some mocked her gift, telling her she was too dramatic, too sensitive. She began to hide her writing, convinced her words were foolish. Years later, she returned to her notebooks, reading again what she had written. She realized those words were not weakness, they were fire. What she once silenced became the very voice that spoke life into others. This is the same struggle you have faced. Your voice carried more than vocabulary, it carried spirit. And because of this, opposition rose to silence you. Teachers may have dismissed you. Friends may have told you to tone it down. Even family may have told you that your convictions were too much. Yet all of these attempts were rooted in one reality. They feared the authority that your words released. Scripture reminds us in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 10, verse 20, "For it will not be you speaking, but the Spirit of your Father speaking through you." Len, this is why they wanted your silence. Because when you spoke, it was not only you. Heaven spoke through you. Your words were not empty, they carried the weight of eternity. Imagine a well filled with fresh water, but stones have been thrown into it, layer by layer. People try to block its flow, yet beneath the stones, the water continues to rise. Eventually, the pressure builds, and the flow cannot be stopped. That is your voice. People may have tried to cover it with discouragement, motzere, or intimidation, but the water of your spirit continues to rise. And when the moment comes, the stones will be pushed aside, and the flow will burst forth stronger than ever. Your silence, at times, was strategic. God allowed you to hold your tongue, not because your voice lacked value, but because He was training your wisdom. He was teaching you when to speak and when to remain silent, when to release truth and when to let truth ripen in secret. But the silence forced on you by fear or rejection was never from Him. That silence was an attack meant to rob the world of the sound you carry. There was once a man who sang with power, but ridicule silenced him. He put away his music for years, working quietly, hiding his gift. Yet the songs inside him never left. They pressed against his chest until he could no longer keep them in. When he finally sang again, his voice carried even more strength than before. The silence had matured him, but it could not erase him. Chosen one, your voice has the same destiny. It may have been muted for a season, but it will never be erased. Every attempt to silence you has only built a deeper reservoir within. Now, when you speak, your words cut through noise with precision, because they are born of fire, tested in silence. Do not despise the times when your voice was ignored. Those moments taught you endurance. Do not curse the seasons when your words were mocked. They revealed who could not handle your truth. And do not fear the attempts to quiet you, for silence has only made you louder in the spirit. Think again of the trumpet. It may rest unused, but when lifted to the lips, it does not whisper, it blasts. So too with you. Your silence has been temporary. The sound you carry is for war, for awakening, for healing, and when released, it will echo farther than you imagine. Your voice is not for everyone, and that is why not everyone could receive it. Some rejected you because their ears were not tuned to the frequency of truth. Others turned away because your sound demanded change they were unwilling to make. But for those assigned to your voice, your words will be life. Your sound will become their anchor, their compass, their fire in the night. So do not hide. Do not shrink back. The world does not need a muted you. It needs the fullness of what God placed within you. Your voice is not noise. It is prophecy, melody, authority, and light. And no matter how many tried to silence you, the time has come when silence can no longer hold you. You are the trumpet, the well, the fire, and you will speak again. They tried to intimidate you, to make you shrink into silence, to make you believe your presence had no weight. Intimidation has always been the tool of those who cannot control you by truth. When they cannot argue with your calling, they resort to fear. When they cannot stop your rising, they attempt to shrink your confidence. Chosen one, intimidation has surrounded you in many forms. Sometimes it came as sharp words, delivered to pierce your confidence. Sometimes it came as laughter, designed to belittle your efforts. At other times, it was simply the heavy atmosphere you felt in a room, as if your very existence unsettled the air. Yet through it all, intimidation has failed. It has shaken you, but it has not broken you. Think of a lion cub growing in the shadows of the forest. Older predators roar, trying to instill fear, trying to convince the cub that it will never grow strong enough to stand. But the cub is already carrying the DNA of a lion. With each passing season, its roar strengthens, until one day the very predators that once tried to intimidate it tremble at its sound. This is your story. The enemy tried to intimidate you before your roar matured, but the roar is already within you. Intimidation works through illusion. Like a shadow stretched across the ground, it appears larger than it truly is. You have faced shadows that looked overwhelming, obstacles that seemed impossible. But as you pressed closer, you discovered they were not as powerful as they first appeared. Fear magnified them, but truth reduced them. There was once a young woman who wanted to speak about justice in her community. She had clarity, passion, and conviction. Yet the first time she stood to speak, Laughter erupted in the room. Her knees trembled. Her voice cracked. And for a moment, she wanted to run away. But something in her spirit refused to surrender. She finished her words. Shaking but unbroken. Years later, she became a leader whose voice could not be ignored. The same people who laughed were later silenced by the strength of her persistence. Your own life carries moments like these. Times when intimidation tried to shrink you. Moments when you wanted to retreat, to stay quiet, to avoid conflict. Yet every time, something deeper pulled you forward. That something was the Spirit of God reminding you, you were not given a spirit of fear. Scripture speaks to this directly in the second letter to Timothy. Chapter 1, verse 7. For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of a sound mind. This verse explains why intimidation has never fully conquered you. Fear was never your inheritance. Power was, love was, clarity was, and each time intimidation tried to distort your vision, heaven restored your perspective. Picture a lighthouse standing against crashing waves. Ships in the distance depend on its light, but storms beat against it with fury. Intimidation is like those waves, trying to drown the light, to break the tower. Yet the lighthouse remains, not because the storm is weak, but because its foundation is deep. You have been that lighthouse. You may have felt the crashing force, but your foundation kept you steady. Another truth about intimidation is that it often reveals more about those who wield it than those who face it. People who try to shrink you are often hiding their own insecurities. Their attempt to silence you is born out of fear of what your presence exposes in them. By trying to make you small, they reveal their own smallness. Chosen one. Intimidation was meant to teach you courage. Courage is not the absence of fear, it is the decision to act in spite of it. Each time you stood trembling. Each time you spoke with a shaking voice. Each time you moved forward when everything in you wanted to retreat. You were being trained in courage. And now, that courage has become your armor. Consider the image of a blacksmith forging steel. The fire is hot. The hammer strikes hard. But with each blow, the steel grows stronger. Intimidation has been the hammer. The heat of fear has been the fire. But you, forged by these trials, have become unbreakable. Your roar is rising, and nothing can mute it anymore. The days of shrinking are over. You are not defined by the voices that mocked you, nor by the atmospheres that weighed against you. You are defined by the power, love, and clarity that flow through you. So look at intimidation for what it is, an empty shadow. It has no authority unless you grant it. Stand tall, breathe deeply, and let the roar within you rise. For intimidation was never a prison, it was training ground for your courage. And now, the roar that once trembled will shake the earth. Intimidation, when looked at closely, is nothing more than a shadow play. Shadows appear large, but they have no substance. They can cover, they can frighten, but they cannot wound. Once light shines, the shadow vanishes instantly. That is what has happened each time you stood your ground. The illusion dissolved in the presence of truth. Think again of the lion. When it roars, the forest falls silent, not because the roar is endless, but because it carries authority. Your voice, once trembling, is now growing into that roar. And every time you choose to speak truth, intimidation loses its grip. The lighthouse also tells the same story. Waves keep crashing, storm after storm. Yet the structure remains. Why? Because its foundation is built on rock, not sand. You too have been anchored in a foundation that no storm of fear can move. The louder the waves strike, the more clearly your light shines to those lost at sea. And perhaps most powerful of all is the image of fire. Intimidation tried to smother your flame, but flames often grow when pressed, like dry wood catching spark in the night. The very pressure that sought to silence you has only fueled your burning. Chosen one. Intimidation was never proof of weakness, it was evidence of your strength. For shadows only rise against those carrying light. And now that you know the truth, you will never again be trapped by fear. Your roar, your light, your fire, they will go forth, untouched and undeniable. Every wound you have carried is written in heaven's record. Every tear, every betrayal, every lonely night, it has not vanished into the air. Nothing was wasted. Nothing was forgotten. In God's book, every page of your story is preserved. Chosen one. Sometimes you thought your suffering went unseen. You believed your prayers were unheard. You wondered if your pain mattered at all. But in the silence, heaven was taking note. Every scar became ink. Every sigh became a line. Every heartbreak became a sentence. Your life is a sacred text, authored not by accident, but by design. Think of a historian carefully recording the events of a kingdom. He writes not only of victories, but also of struggles, not only of celebrations, but also of wars. In the same way, your life has been documented in heaven's archives, not to shame you, but to reveal the beauty of your endurance. There was once a woman who suffered rejection after rejection. Each time she thought she had found her place, she was pushed aside. One night, weary and broken, she whispered a prayer. "Lord, do you even see me?" Years later, when her life blossomed in ways she never imagined, she remembered that prayer. She realized heaven had seen it all. Her story had been written, even when she thought the ink had run dry. The Apostle Paul wrote in his second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 16, "Therefore we do not lose heart, though outwardly wasting away, yet inwardly we are renewed day by day." Oh, this is your assurance. Nothing you endured or offered has been forgotten. God is not unjust. He remembers, and his remembrance is not passive, it leads to reward. Now pause, because this truth also carries a responsibility. If heaven records your scars, it also records your victories. If heaven takes note of your pain, it also magnifies your healing. Every testimony you carry becomes a light for someone else. What you survived is not just your history, it is someone else's hope. Picture a library filled with ancient scrolls. Each scroll tells a different story, some of battles, some of triumphs, some of faith. Your life is one of those scrolls, and each time you share what you endured, you unroll the scroll for another person to read. They find strength in your pages. They find courage in your ink. They find hope in your scars. This is why your story matters. This is why your endurance is sacred. You were never forgotten, and now your voice will ensure others are not forgotten either. And now, let me speak from the heart. Practically and simply, If this message has touched you, if it has reminded you that your story has value, I invite you to help others hear the same. When you like this message, it is like striking flint to spark a flame. Your click becomes a small fire that spreads light farther. When you share, it is as if you are handing a torch to a weary traveler, guiding them safely through the night. When you subscribe, you are planting your roots near a flowing spring, ensuring your spirit never runs dry, always refreshed by new streams of encouragement. When you don it, you are placing a seed in the soil of eternity. That seed may look small in your hand, but in time it becomes a tree offering fruit, shade, and rest to many. Or imagine pouring oil into a lamp. Your gift keeps the flame burning for countless others still walking in darkness. And when you comment, you carve your testimony into stone. Even a simple phrase can echo like a shout in a valley, reminding others they are not alone. Your words may be the spark someone else needs to keep going. Remember, none of this is an obligation. Whether you do or not, you remain chosen. Whether you give or not, this word belongs to you freely. But if you choose to take part by liking, sharing, subscribing, donating, or commenting, you become part of a ripple of light, stretching far beyond what you can see. Chosen one. Every scar you carry is remembered. Every act of love is written, and every gift of generosity becomes part of a greater harvest. Heaven has seen you. Heaven has not forgotten. And heaven will continue to use your story as a beacon for others. And let us linger a little longer on this truth. Your story is not just written in heaven, it is engraved. Ink can fade. Paper can tear. But engraving is permanent. Every tear, every act of endurance, every quiet moment of faith has been carved into eternity. Nothing can erase it. Think of an ancient monument standing in the desert. Winds may blow. Sand may cover it for a time. But when uncovered, the words remain intact. That is your life. Time and trials may have buried your story beneath dust. But when God uncovers you, every detail remains, shining as a testimony to His faithfulness. Even your smallest acts of kindness, things you thought no one noticed, are part of this eternal record. A prayer whispered for a stranger. A word of encouragement spoken when you yourself were weary. A sacrifice made in silence. These are not forgotten. They are treasures stored in heaven's vault. And when you choose to participate through words, through generosity, through courage, you are adding fresh ink to the scroll. Your story keeps expanding. Your legacy keeps growing. And long after you are gone, your testimony will remain like a lighthouse, guiding generations you may never meet. So do not diminish what you carry. Do not belittle what you've endured. Your scars are not stains, they are sacred inscriptions. And heaven has already declared, your story is unforgettable. There is a weight you have carried that few can understand. It has followed you in silence, pressed against your spirit in the night, and walked beside you in the day. This weight is not punishment. It is not the result of failure. It is the weight of your calling. Chosen one. To be called is to be set apart. And to be set apart means to carry what others cannot. From your earliest years, you felt this weight. Though you may not have been able to name it, it showed itself in restlessness. In the sense that ordinary life would never satisfy you, it appeared in the ache of responsibility, the burden of caring too deeply, the urgency to rise when others were content to sleep. Think of a torchbearer in a relay. The torch looks small, but its flame represents generations. When handed to you, it feels light at first. But the farther you run, the more your arm aches, and yet you cannot drop it. Because the flame is not yours alone. It belongs to those who ran before you and to those waiting after you. That is the calling. It burns in your hand. It weighs on your spirit. But it is also your glory. There was once a man who described his calling as both a burden and a crown. He said that at times it felt like chains, pulling him into situations he would have rather avoided. Yet at other times, it felt like wings, lifting him into places he could not have reached otherwise. This paradox is the mystery of calling. It presses you down and it lifts you up. Your own life has mirrored this tension. When others walked freely, you felt boundaries. When others indulged without thought, you felt conviction. When others drifted, you felt the pull of destiny. It was not that you were weaker, it was that your assignment demanded more. The Apostle Paul wrote in his letter to the Romans, chapter 11, verse 29, "For God's gifts and his call are irrevocable." This is not only a statement of truth, it is your reality. The weight you carry is not a mistake. It is proof that God's call on your life cannot be withdrawn. Even when you tried to escape it, the calling pursued you. Even when you doubted, the calling remained. That is why the burden feels so heavy, because it is eternal. Picture a bridge spanning a deep canyon. Thousands cross it daily without ever thinking about its strength. Yet the bridge bears their weight silently. No one applauds the bridge. No one thanks it. Yet it remains firm, carrying what would otherwise be impossible. You have been that bridge. Many have leaned on you, walked across your strength, depended on your resilience, without fully understanding the load you bore. At times, this calling has left you weary. You wondered why you seemed to carry more responsibility, more pressure, more pain than those around you. You asked, "Why me?" And yet, even in your weariness, you discovered reservoirs of strength you did not know you had. The weight revealed the depth of what God placed in you. Your calling is also a compass. It has kept you from straying too far, even when you wanted to. Each time you wandered, the weight of destiny pulled you back. Each time you tried to settle, the fire of purpose stirred again. You could not run from it, because it was written into your being. There was once a sailor who carried a compass everywhere he went, even when lost in storms, even when surrounded by fog. The compass pointed him back to true north. Your calling functions in the same way. Though storms rage, though confusion rises, though you may drift, the compass of calling always brings you back to alignment. And here is the paradox. The very thing that feels heavy is the very thing that will crown you. The calling that has pressed on you will one day lift you. The burden will transform into blessing. What you carried in secret will become the reason for your public testimony. Think of a sculptor chiseling stone. Each strike of the hammer feels destructive, yet the sculptor sees the figure hidden inside. In the same way, every strike you endured, every blow of life's hammer, was not meant to shatter you, but to reveal the form of your calling. The masterpiece required pressure. Chosen one. You must know this. The weight on you is not unfair, it is holy. It is proof that God entrusted you with what others could not bear. And though at times it has bent your back and broken your sleep, it has also shaped you into someone the world cannot ignore. The day will come when you will look back and see that every ache of responsibility, every lonely burden, every hidden cry was not wasted. It was the cost of the crown, and crowns are not given cheaply. So carry the weight with honor. Do not resent it. For the very thing that makes you different, the very thing that sets you apart, is the very thing that proves you are chosen. And remember this, the weight you carry is not an accident, it is a seal. It proves that heaven trusted you with something others could not endure. The very pressure that once felt unbearable has been molding your spirit, sharpening your vision, and preparing your steps. Think of a crown. Before it rests on a head, it is forged in fire, hammered into shape, and polished until it shines. The weight you feel today is the process of forging. The fire is not there to destroy you, but to shape you into one who can wear the crown with dignity. So instead of despising the heaviness, embrace it as a sign. It is evidence of destiny. It is proof that you are not ordinary. And one day, what now feels like weight will transform into honor. And what now feels like burden will be revealed as glory. To be chosen is to carry both beauty and cost. Many admire the glory of being set apart, but few understand the price. The crown of destiny is not crafted in comfort, it is forged in fire. Every chosen one learns that calling demands sacrifice. Chosen one, you have felt this truth in your bones. For every door opened, another was closed. For every gift revealed, a weight was added. The cost was not always visible to others, but you knew it well. Nights of loneliness, relationships lost because you refused to compromise, dreams surrendered so that a greater dream could live. This is the hidden price of being chosen. Think of a pearl. At first, it is only irritation, an unwanted grain of sand trapped inside the oyster. Day by day, layer after layer, the oyster coats the irritation until it becomes treasure. Without the irritation, there is no pearl. Without the friction, there is no beauty. Your life mirrors this. The irritations you endured, the struggles you could not escape, were transforming you into something precious. Or consider the vineyard. Grapes on the vine look beautiful, but their true purpose is revealed only when they are crushed. The crushing releases the juice, and the juice becomes wine. Without the crushing, the grape remains fruit. With the crushing, it becomes legacy. You have known this crushing, pressure that felt unbearable, situations that pressed you on every side. And yet, what came forth from you in those seasons was not destruction, it was essence. The truest parts of you were revealed under pressure. There was once a man who longed for influence. He prayed for platforms, for recognition, for opportunities to lead. But instead of applause, he found himself hidden. Instead of crowds, he found solitude. At first, he thought God had denied him. Later, he realized God had been protecting him. In the hidden place, his pride was broken, his motives purified, his faith deepened. By the time the platform arrived, he was no longer seeking applause, he was seeking obedience. The cost became his preparation. Scripture echoes this in the Gospel of John, chapter 12, verse 24. Very truly I tell you, unless a kernel of wheat falls to the ground and dies, it remains only a single seed. But if it dies, it produces many seeds. This is the mystery of your calling. What you lost was never truly lost. It was being transformed into multiplication. What you surrendered in tears is returning in harvest. But in the moment of dying, the cost feels heavy. You have faced the death of certain dreams, the burial of certain relationships, the fading of certain opportunities, and yet, each loss became soil. Each surrender became seed. What was buried will not remain buried forever. It will produce life beyond what you imagined. Chosen one. The cost also shaped your heart. It taught you compassion, because you know what it feels like to be rejected. You embrace the rejected, because you know what it feels like to be overlooked. You see the invisible, because you know what it feels like to be crushed. You comfort the crushed, without cost. There is no compassion. Think again of fire refining gold. The heat strips away impurities, leaving the metal shining. The fire is painful, but the outcome is purity. That has been your journey. Trials stripped away pride, selfishness, fear. What remains is purer than before. The cost has also anchored you. While others chase comfort, you carry conviction. While others bend to pressure, you remain steady. This steadiness was not natural, it was forged. The price you paid in hidden seasons gave you a backbone of faith. So when you feel the ache of sacrifice, remember, it is not wasted. The pearl is forming, the wine is flowing, the seed is multiplying, and one day, the crown will rest on your head, and every cost will be revealed as glory. The chosen life is not easy, but it is worth it. And you, chosen one, have already paid more than you realize. The cost is heavy, but the reward will be eternal. Let us tie the pictures together, because they all sing the same song. The pearl, the grape, and the seed they each hold within them a secret. Transformation always requires pressure. The pearl cannot shine without the irritation. The grape cannot pour forth wine without crushing. The seed cannot multiply without burial. And you, chosen one, could not step into your calling without the weight of cost. Think of the pearl again. At first, the oyster suffers silently. It does not advertise its struggle. No one sees the irritation. No one notices the layers forming. Only when the shell is opened does the beauty appear. This is your hidden process. Many have not seen what it took. But one day, the shell will open, and your testimony will shine. The vineyard speaks of legacy. One grape feeds a moment, but wine can be poured for generations. Your crushing was not about temporary loss. It was about eternal impact. The flavor of your life, matured in time, will refresh many who thirst. And the seed buried, unseen, forgotten by those passing by. Yet, in secret, it cracks open, roots push downward, shoots reach upward, and soon a harvest fills the field. That is, you. What seemed like your burial seasons were actually beginnings. When you connect these images, you see the whole picture. Your irritation has become pearl. Your crushing has become wine. Your burial has become harvest. What looked like endings were always transformations. So lift your eyes from the pain and look toward the promise. Every cost has carried meaning. Every sacrifice has carried weight. And what heaven has been shaping in secret will be revealed in fullness. Your story is not of loss, but of transformation. You are not broken, you are becoming. Chosen one. There is something sacred about the seasons of hiddenness. You thought no one saw you. You felt invisible, overlooked, even forgotten. Yet those hidden years were heaven's training ground. What looked like delay was actually preparation. What looked like silence was actually sharpening. The truth is this: seeds grow underground. They do not sprout the moment they are planted. They wait in darkness, nourished by what no eye can see. Only in time do they push through the soil and reveal life. That is what has been happening to you. Your hiddenness was never abandonment, it was incubation. Think of David. Before he was king, he was a shepherd, day after day. He watched sheep in fields, far from crowds and thrones. No applause, no recognition. But in those fields, he learned courage. He fought lions and bears when no one was watching. And one day, when Goliath roared, what he practiced in private became his public victory. You, too, have been in the fields, and the battles you won in secret are preparing you for victories in the open. Hiddenness also teaches humility. If your crown had arrived too soon, it might have crushed you. If recognition had come too quickly, pride might have destroyed you. The years in silence shaped you, kept you grounded, made you strong enough to carry the glory ahead. There was once a man who built boats in a small village. For years, no one valued his work. People laughed at him, saying, "Why waste your life on wood and water?" But when a great flood came, the boats became the very thing that saved lives. What once was mocked became essential. The same will happen with you. What others overlooked, God has been perfecting for the season of need. Scripture gives us this assurance in the book of Galatians, chapter 6, verse 9. Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. End of this verse is your promise. The hiddenness was not wasted. The weariness was not pointless. Every act of faith, every moment of obedience, every choice to keep going when no one clapped, it all counts. And in due season, you will reap. Hiddenness also protects you. A fruit exposed too early will be eaten before it ripens. A warrior sent to battle too soon may not survive. God's shield of hiddenness has kept you from battles not meant for you yet. It has preserved you until your maturity matched your mission. Think again of an arrow. Before it is released, it must be pulled back. The pull feels like retreat, but in truth it builds momentum. The deeper the pull, the farther the arrow flies. Your seasons of retreat have not been regression, they have been preparation for launch. And now the Spirit whispers, the time of unveiling draws near. The seasons of hiding are giving way to seasons of showing. What was once unseen will be revealed. What was once buried will rise. What was once ridiculed will be celebrated. Chosen one. If you feel this word stirring in your heart, I invite you to declare it. Type the number 888 inches the comments. Why 888? Because it represents new beginnings, triple resurrection, the start of something beyond the ordinary. By writing it, you are not just posting a number, you are prophesying over your own life. My hidden years are producing my harvest. My season of unveiling is near. Let that number be your declaration. your banner, your testimony. It is the sign that you believe hiddenness is not the end, but the beginning. So, do not curse the quiet years. Do not despise the silence. They were never wasted. They were forming roots, forging strength, and preparing you for a glory that will not fade. Soon, the field will no longer conceal you. The soil will no longer hold you down. And the world will see what heaven has always known. You were chosen for this moment. Let us weave these images together, for they all carry the same hidden truth. The seed buried in the soil waits in darkness. From above, nothing changes, but beneath the surface, roots are stretching deeper, unseen. That hidden work gives the plant stability when storms come. Without roots, the first wind would topple it. Your hidden seasons have been your root years, while others blossomed quickly. You were sinking deeper, and because of that, when storms rise, you will not fall. Now think of the arrow, pulled back into the tension of the bow. It feels like retreat, even punishment. But in reality, the farther it is drawn back, the greater the force of its flight. The retreat was not regression, it was momentum in disguise. Your setbacks were not evidence of failure, they were the pull before release. And then the boat in the village mocked, ignored, dismissed. Yet when the flood arrived, it became the only vessel of safety. What looked unnecessary proved essential. Your skills, your endurance, your wisdom, sharpened in hiddenness, may have seemed wasted to others. But when the flood of need comes, you will be the vessel prepared to carry lives to safety. Do you see the pattern? Seed, arrow, boat. They are all images of you, buried, pulled back, or ignored, yet destined to rise, to fly, to rescue. Your hidden years are not your end. They are the reason you will stand steady, soar farther, and carry more than others when the time comes. So do not despise the silence. Do not curse the waiting, for heaven is crafting a masterpiece in secret, and soon, what has been invisible will emerge undeniable, fruitful like the seed, swift like the arrow, and strong like the boat. Envy is one of the oldest weapons formed against the chosen. It hides behind smiles, disguises itself as politeness, and cloaks itself in shallow praise. Yet, beneath the surface, it burns. Those who envy you do not simply dislike you, they are unsettled by what you carry. Chosen one, the gifts within you have drawn both favor and opposition. Light cannot help but reveal itself, and when it shines, it exposes shadows around it. This is why your presence alone has stirred discomfort. You never intended to provoke envy, but the grace on your life has done so. Think of Joseph once again. His brothers did not hate him because of who he was. They hated him because of what he carried. His dreams reminded them of their own limitations. His coat of many colors was more than fabric. It was a visible sign of his father's favor. Envy rose, and betrayal followed. Your story has mirrored this. People have envied your endurance, your creativity, your resilience. They saw you walk through storms and still stand. They saw you lose what would have destroyed others. Yet somehow you rose again. That resilience unsettled them, because it reminded them of the strength they lacked. Envy is often silent at first. It hides in subtle comments, backhanded compliments, or shifting tones. But over time, it sharpens into resistance. Some tried to minimize your accomplishments, as if speaking small could shrink what God enlarged. Others tried to imitate your gift, not realizing that imitation without anointing produces emptiness. Still others tried to exclude you, hoping to dim the light by isolation. Scripture speaks to this in Proverbs, chapter 14, verse 30. A heart at peace gives life to the body, but envy rots the bones. Oh, the verse reveals a hidden truth. Envy does not destroy the one envied, it corrodes the one who carries it. That is why those who opposed you have not prospered by their opposition. Their envy consumed them, not you. Consider the image of a clay jar filled with light. At first glance, it looks ordinary, but when darkness surrounds, the jar glows from within, revealing the treasure it carries. Others looked at you and saw an ordinary jar, but when darkness fell, your inner light shone, and that light became a mirror of what they lacked. Instead of seeking their own light, they envied yours. There was once an artist in a small town. She painted with colors so vivid that her work stirred emotions in all who saw it. But instead of celebrating her gift, other artists whispered against her. They said she was lucky, or that her work was exaggerated. Yet no matter what they said, her paintings spoke for themselves. Eventually, her art reached beyond the town, touching lives she never imagined. The envy of others could not stop the flow of her gift. This has been your journey. Your gifts were never meant to remain hidden in corners. They were meant to flow outward, touching lives far beyond your circle. And though envy tried to cage you, it could not contain what God placed inside you. Envy also has a way of refining you. It forces you to anchor your identity in God, not in people's approval. If everyone had celebrated you, you might have relied on applause. But because envy rose, you learned to rely on God's affirmation. You discovered that His "well done" is stronger than 1,000 claps. Think of fragrance released from crushed herbs. The scent fills the air, not when the herb is intact, but when it is pressed. The envy and opposition you endured pressed you, but in pressing, they released the fragrance of your true self. What was meant to suffocate you, instead, spread your essence wider. Chosen one. Remember this: envy is evidence that you carry something real. Counterfeits attract indifference, but authenticity provokes reaction. If others have envied you, it is because they recognized, even if unconsciously, the weight of your gift. Do not despise those who envied you. Their hearts were sick, their vision clouded, and in some strange way, their envy confirmed your anointing. Diamonds do not provoke jealousy unless they shine. So, walk forward without apology. The light in your clay jar is not yours to hide. The fragrance of your spirit is not yours to suppress. You were chosen to carry it, even if others cannot celebrate it. Your story is proof. Envy can bruise, but it cannot break. It can resist, but it cannot erase. For what God has planted in you cannot be uprooted by the rotting bones of envy. Let us gather the images together, because they explain why envy has chased you. The clay jar looked too plain for others to believe it could hold light. Yet when night came, it was your glow that revealed the path. Their envy was not of the jar, but of the treasure hidden within. They mistook simplicity for weakness. Forgetting that heaven places glory in vessels the world calls ordinary, the fragrance tells the same story. Herbs do not release their scent until they are pressed. Your life, too, was pressed by envy, criticism, and rejection. But instead of silence, you released aroma. What was meant to stifle you caused your spirit to fill the atmosphere with beauty others could not deny. And the pearl formed from irritation, hidden inside the shell, unseen until the right moment. Those who mocked you never realized the treasure was still forming. When unveiled, the pearl's beauty silences every voice of envy, because no one can deny the value of what was birthed in pain. These three images join together into one truth. Envy is the shadow cast by your light, the echo stirred by your fragrance, the storm that forms around your pearl. But none of these can stop what is already ordained. Chosen one, do not fear envy. Let it remind you that you carry light, that your life releases fragrance, and that your hidden pearl is growing in brilliance. Envy may surround you, but it cannot reduce you. You are, and will always remain, chosen. Every battle you have fought, every scar you carry, and every tear that has watered the soil of your life has brought you to this moment. And though you may not have always understood the struggle, heaven has never wasted it. You were not fighting in vain. You were being prepared for something greater. Chosen one, your journey is like that of a traveler on a long and difficult road. The dust clings to your feet. The sun beats down on your back. And sometimes you feel weary from the weight you carry. Yet along the way, you discover streams of water, shade from trees, and fellow travelers who encourage you to keep going. Each of these moments reminds you, you are not alone. This message today is one of those streams. Words cannot erase your scars, but they can refresh your soul. They remind you that you are still seen, still valued, still chosen. Think of a lantern in a storm. The winds may howl, the rain may fall, but the lantern continues to glow. Why? Because someone keeps adding oil. Without oil, the flame would die. But with oil, the light persists through the darkness. This message, and many others like it, are lanterns. And every time you engage, every time you respond, support, or share it, is as if you are adding oil to keep the flame burning. When you like this message, it is more than a gesture. It is like striking a match, adding brightness so the light can be seen farther. When you share, it is as though you are passing a torch to someone else walking in darkness, giving them the chance to see what you have seen. When you subscribe, you are planting yourself beside a stream, ensuring that, no matter how dry the season becomes, you will always be refreshed by the flow of encouragement and truth. When you choose to don it, it is not an obligation. It is not a fee or a price. It is a gift, a voluntary act of love. Think of it as planting a seed. A single seed may appear small in your hand, but once sown, it can grow into a tree that bears fruit for generations. Your seed becomes nourishment, not only for you, but for others who come after you. Or imagine a lighthouse standing firm on a rocky shore. Ships lost at sea depend on its light. But the lighthouse does not shine without oil, without maintenance, without care. Your gift is like keeping that lighthouse alive, helping the beam shine far enough to reach someone adrift in their darkest night. There was once a man who sat in despair, ready to give up. But in the silence, he found a message of hope. shared by someone who cared enough to keep the flame alive. That one message turned him back from the edge. You may never know who your generosity touches, but heaven does. Your act of giving becomes the lifeline that rescues another soul. And I must say this clearly: whether you give or not, whether you donate or not, you are still chosen. This word is free. This encouragement belongs to you without condition. But if your heart feels stirred, if you sense the joy of planting into something eternal, then your seed will join with many others to form a river of hope flowing across lives you will never meet. The Apostle Paul wrote in the book of Philippians, chapter 4, verse 17, "Not that I desire your gifts. What I desire is that more be credited to your account." And one more invitation. When you comment, it is more than words on a screen. It is like carving your initials into a tree, leaving a mark that says, "I was here. I believed. Enduret." Your words echo beyond you. They may become the very testimony someone else needs. Think of a canyon. One voice lifted in that space creates an echo that travels farther than the speaker can imagine. Your comment does the same. It carries your courage into places your voice cannot physically reach. Even a short phrase, spoken sincerely, can ripple through the lives of strangers. So, if this message has stirred your heart, let your words flow. Your comment becomes not just interaction, but inscription written in the digital stone, reminding others and yourself, you are still chosen, still standing, still burning bright. So, chosen one, let your choice be free. Let it be joyful, a like, a share, a subscription, a seed sown, a comment spoken. It is all voluntary, yet each one adds oil to the flame, fruit to the harvest, and light to the path of someone still struggling in the dark. You are not pressured. You are not forced. You are invited to be part of something beautiful. And together, with each act of faith, we keep the lanterns glowing, the lighthouses shining, and the seeds growing into forests of hope. And let us take this one step further. Every act you make, whether it is a like, a share, a subscription, a seed, or a comment, is like placing another stone in a path that future travelers will walk alone. One stone may not seem like much, but when many are laid together, they form a road strong enough for generations. Think again of the forest that springs from a single seed. It begins small, but over time it grows into shelter for birds, shade for wanderers, and fruit for the hungry. Each action you take is a seed of that kind, seemingly small today, yet carrying the potential of a forest tomorrow. So never underestimate the weight of your choice. Even the smallest spark, the simplest act of generosity, or the briefest word of encouragement can outlive you. What you do freely today becomes a blessing multiplied tomorrow. That is the beauty of voluntary acts. They ripple beyond sight, creating echoes of light in places you may never go. There is a moment in every chosen one's life when masks fall, when hidden motives surface, and when the truth of people's hearts is exposed. You have lived through these moments. You trusted someone's words, only to discover their actions contradicted them. You leaned on a friendship, only to feel the crack of betrayal. You gave space to people who seemed genuine, only to later realize they were drawn not by love, but by gain. Chosen one. Do not see this as failure on your part. You were never naive. You were pure. Your purity drew pretenders, because light always attracts moths. They circled around you, not for who you are, but for what you carried. And when the moment came, God allowed their true motives to be revealed. This unveiling was not punishment, it was protection. Had their masks remained, you might have walked deeper into entanglements that would have destroyed your spirit. Their exposure was your deliverance. Think of the story of Ananias and Sapphira in the book of Acts. They presented themselves as generous, pretending to give all, but secretly holding back. For a time, they looked like everyone else. But when the Spirit of God moved, their deception could not stand. Truth has a way of revealing itself. No matter how carefully hidden, you have seen this truth in your own journey. Someone's words sounded sweet, but their actions betrayed bitterness. Their embrace felt warm, but their heart was cold. It hurt to see it. But looking back, you realize you were spared. The psalmist wrote in chapter 7, verse 9, "Bring to an end the violence of the wicked, and make the righteous secure you." The righteous God who probes minds and hearts. This verse reveals a sobering truth. God himself searches hearts. He sees motives we cannot see. And in time, he exposes them not to embarrass you, but to protect you. Think of a tree struck by lightning. On the outside, the bark looks intact, but inside, rot has already set in. For a while, the tree still stands, but eventually the hollow center is revealed. God's exposure works the same way. He allows the hollowness to be seen so that you will not lean on what cannot support you. There was once a woman who trusted a circle of friends with her deepest dreams. They clapped when she spoke. They nodded with smiles. But when opportunities arose, they quietly plotted to take her place. At first, she was devastated when their motives came to light. But later, she realized their betrayal had saved her from building her future on foundations that would never hold. Exposure felt like loss, but it was truly rescue. Chosen one. This is why some people left suddenly. This is why certain connections broke without warning. It was not random, it was revelation. God exposed what you could not see. And though the process hurt, the freedom it gave was priceless. Picture a mirror covered in dust. For a time, you see only faint outlines. But when the dust is wiped away, the reflection becomes clear. God's hand has been wiping away the dust from around you, so that you could finally see the truth, not distorted, but clear. And here is your call to action. If this message resonates with your spirit, if you recognize that God has exposed hidden motives in your life to protect you, then declare it openly. Type in the comments, "Truth stands." Only 2 words, yet powerful. Why? Because every time you speak them, you are agreeing with heaven's justice. You are testifying that lies cannot survive forever, that masks must fall, and that truth will always remain standing when deception collapses. Your journey has not been about loss, it has been about revelation. Each exposure drew you closer to alignment. Each unveiling removed what could not stay. Each truth revealed saved you from a greater wound. So do not mourn what was uncovered. Thank God for the protection, for though people can hide for a season, the Spirit of God always shines His light, and in that light, you are safe. Let us slow down and look deeper into the images, for they carry hidden wisdom. The tree struck by lightning but hollow inside reminds us that appearances deceive. For years, people may have admired its size, leaned on its shade, or rested under its branches. Yet the moment pressure came, its weakness was exposed. That is what happened with some of the people in your life. They looked strong, dependable, trustworthy, but under the weight of responsibility, the hollowness appeared. God did not want you leaning on what would eventually collapse. The dusty mirror also tells a story. At first glance, it showed you distorted shapes, shadows, unclear lines. You questioned your own sight, thinking the problem was with you. But the issue was the dust covering the glass. When God wiped it away, you saw the reflection clearly. That is what revelation does. It removes the lies that distort. Suddenly, you see people as they are, not as they pretend to be. And though clarity can hurt, it is far better than living in illusion. And then, the light. Darkness always hides things. Shadows conceal details. But the moment light shines, everything is exposed, both beauty and brokenness. The Spirit of God is that light. He shines not to shame you, but to protect you. Without His light, you might have walked deeper into deception. With His light, even painful revelations become your rescue. When you weave these images together, the message is clear. Exposure is mercy. The hollow tree could have fallen on you, but it was revealed before it did. The dusty mirror could have misled you, but it was cleaned so you could see. The shadows could have hidden danger, but the light uncovered it in time. Chosen one. What was revealed in your life may have left scars, but it also left you safer, wiser, and freer. Exposure may sting, but it saves. Revelation may wound, but it heals. And every unveiling, though painful, was heaven's way of guiding you back to truth. So walk forward without regret. What left you was never meant to stay. What was revealed was never meant to define you. And what God has exposed has only cleared the path for what is pure, trustworthy, and lasting. Your resilience has been one of the greatest mysteries to those who fought against you. They thought the blows would break you. They assumed the storms would scatter you. They believed that rejection would silence you. And yet, you are still here. Not only here, but stronger, deeper, wiser than before. Chosen one. Resilience is not simply endurance. It is a holy paradox. It is the ability to bend without breaking, to fall yet rise again, to walk through fire and emerge refined instead of consumed. Those who opposed you could not comprehend it, because resilience is not human willpower alone. It is the divine breath inside you, sustaining what flesh could never carry. Think of bamboo in the midst of a typhoon. Other trees snap under the pressure, their rigid strength unable to withstand the storm. But bamboo bends low, swaying with the wind. And when the storm passes, it stands tall again. That is resilience. It is not the absence of weakness, but the gift of flexibility. You have bent in seasons of grief, leaned in seasons of sorrow, but you did not break. And when the winds ceased, you rose again. There was once a soldier captured in war. His captors thought isolation would crush his spirit. For months, he was confined in darkness, cut off from family and friends. But he survived by repeating songs he had memorized, whispering prayers into the silence, and clinging to memories of hope. When he was finally released, his body was weaker, but his spirit was unbroken. His resilience became his victory. Your story echoes his. People underestimated you, thinking that isolation, loss, or betrayal would be the end of you. Yet instead of collapsing, you found strength in places no one could see. You drew from wells invisible to human eyes. What they thought would destroy you only proved what you carried. The Apostle Paul wrote in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 8, "We are hard-pressed on every side, but not crushed, perplexed, but not in despair." 1. This verse is not abstract. It has been your reality. Pressed on every side, yet not crushed. Knocked down, yet not destroyed. Confused, yet never abandoned. Your resilience confounded those who opposed you because they could not understand the source of your strength. Think of metal placed in fire. At first, the flames seem destructive. The surface glows red. The heat intensifies, and it appears the metal might melt away. But in truth, the fire is refining. Impurities rise to the surface, leaving behind strength and purity greater than before. This is what trials have done for you. They have not destroyed you, they have purified you. Another image is the phoenix, a bird from ancient stories said to rise from its ashes. Those around you thought your ashes were the end. They shook their heads, certain you would never recover. But ashes became your altar. From them, you rose not the same as before, but renewed, stronger, marked by fire, yet unconsumed by it. Chosen one. Your resilience was never meant to impress others. It was meant to preserve your destiny. Without resilience, you would have quit too soon. Without resilience, you would have surrendered the crown for comfort. Without resilience, you would have mistaken survival for defeat. But because you endured, you now carry scars that tell stories of victory. There was once a woman abandoned in her greatest time of need. Friends disappeared. Family turned their backs, and resources dried up. For a moment, she thought the end had come. But instead of collapsing, she chose to trust, step by step, one day at a time. Years later, she looked back and realized the very season she thought would kill her became the foundation of her faith. Her resilience had carried her into a life she once thought impossible. Your life, too, has been a testimony in progress. You survived storms that others assumed would sink you. You walked through fires that others assumed would consume you. You bore losses that others assumed would crush you. And every time, you rose again. That rising is the mark of the chosen. So when you wonder why people fought against you so fiercely, remember this: your resilience was their confusion. They could not understand how you kept smiling after pain, how you kept loving after betrayal, how you kept believing after disappointment. They did not see the divine hand lifting you each time. Chosen one. Resilience is your inheritance. It does not mean you felt no pain. It does not mean you did not cry. It does not mean you never doubted. It means that, despite the pain, despite the tears, despite the doubts, you did not quit. And that refusal to quit is what has carried you to this very moment. You are like bamboo in the storm, metal in the fire, a phoenix in the ashes. You bend. You are pressed. You are burned. But you endure. And every time you endure, you reveal the mark of the divine upon your life. Your resilience is not weakness disguised as strength. It is strength born of surrender. Surrender to the God who carries you when you cannot walk, who lifts you when you cannot stand, who fights for you when you cannot fight. That is why you are still here. That is why you are still chosen. Every chosen one carries a story of betrayal. It is not always the betrayal of enemies. Sometimes it comes from those you trusted most. These wounds cut deeper than open attacks because they strike from within. Yet even betrayal, painful as it is, has played its part in shaping your journey. Chosen one, do not think it strange that you faced betrayal. The greatest figures of faith endured the same. Joseph was betrayed by his brothers, sold into slavery by the very ones who should have protected him. David was betrayed by Saul, a man he once served with loyalty, and Jesus himself was betrayed by Judas, one of his 12 closest followers. If betrayal touched them, it is no surprise it touched you. The sting of betrayal lies not only in the act, but in the trust that preceded it. You believed in someone. You shared your heart, your dreams, your secrets. And when they turned against you, the pain was doubled because it struck what was sacred. Yet here is the paradox. Betrayal, though brutal, always moves the chosen closer to destiny. Joseph's betrayal did not end his calling. It positioned him for Egypt. David's betrayal did not strip him of anointing. It revealed his strength as a future king. And Jesus' betrayal led not to defeat, but to resurrection, glory. There was once a young man who confided his ideas to a close friend. That friend secretly claimed the ideas as his own, rising in recognition while leaving the young man in obscurity. For a season, the pain was overwhelming, but in time, the truth came to light. The imitator's work collapsed, while the young man's creativity only grew deeper. Betrayal hurt, but it also purified his circle and clarified his purpose. Scripture affirms this in the book of Psalms, chapter 41, verse 9. Even my close friend, someone I trusted, one who shared my bread, has turned against me. And the psalmist's lament mirrors your heart. But notice this, the psalm did not end in despair. It became part of the sacred songbook of faith, reminding generations that betrayal does not silence destiny, it amplifies it. Think of betrayal as pruning in a vineyard. The gardener cuts away branches that no longer serve the vine. The cut is sharp. The pain is real. But the result is growth. Betrayal cut people from your life. But in doing so, it made space for new fruit to emerge. Or imagine a sculptor striking marble with a hammer and chisel. Each strike feels violent. Yet with every blow, the hidden figure inside begins to appear. Betrayal felt like destruction. But in truth, it was chiseling what others meant for harm. Heaven used to shape the masterpiece within you. Chosen one. Betrayal also carries revelation. It reveals hearts that were false, friendships that were shallow, loyalties that were conditional. And though these revelations sting, they save you from building your future on foundations that would have crumbled. Your story is proof. The betrayals you endured did not end you. They refined you. They stripped away illusions. They taught you where to anchor your trust, not in fragile human loyalty, but in the unshakable faithfulness of God. Consider again the life of Joseph. When his brothers sold him, it seemed like the end. But years later, he stood before them as governor of Egypt, declaring, "You meant evil against me, but God meant it for good." This is the song of every chosen one. What others meant for harm becomes fuel for destiny. So, do not despise the betrayals. They were painful, yes, but they were also purifying. They were not interruptions to your story. They were chapters necessary for the plot. Without betrayal, you would not be where you are. Without betrayal, you would not carry the wisdom you now have. Without betrayal, you would not have grown into the person destined to lead, inspire, and endure. Chosen one. Betrayal has left scars, but scars are not signs of weakness. They are proof you survived what was meant to destroy you. They are proof you are still here, still chosen, still rising. Let us return to the vineyard, because it holds a secret. When the gardener prunes, the vine bleeds, the cut drips with sap, and for a moment it looks like loss. But pruning is not punishment, it is preparation. By removing what no longer bears fruit, the vine's strength flows into branches that will flourish. That is what betrayal has been in your life. It cut, it blew, it hurt, but it redirected your strength toward what will endure. The sculptor teaches the same lesson. To the untrained eye, the strikes of the chisel appear destructive. Each blow chips away more stone, leaving dust on the floor. But the sculptor sees what is hidden inside. Betrayal's strikes chipped at you, leaving fragments of what was false scattered in the dust. Yet those same strikes uncovered the contours of who you truly are. Without them, the masterpiece could never emerge. And then there are the scars. Some people hide theirs, ashamed of the reminders. But scars tell a story no words can capture. A scar is proof of both wound and healing. It says, "I was cut, but I did not die. I was broken, but I was mended. I was betrayed, but I survived." Your scars are not disfigurements, they are declarations. They tell the world that you have walked through fire and lived to speak of it. Think of the resurrected Christ. Even in glory, he still bore the marks in his hands and side. The scars did not diminish his triumph, they proved it. Your scars, too, are holy. They bear witness to battles fought and victories won. When you weave these images together, the bleeding vine, the chiseled marble, the enduring scars, you see the truth. Betrayal did not destroy you. It transformed you. It pruned what could not stay. It sculpted what was hidden. It left marks that testify to your resilience. So, do not resent the betrayals. Do not despise the scars. They are evidence of transformation, proof of destiny, and reminders that what was meant for evil has been redeemed for your good. Betrayal has a way of feeling final. It whispers, "This is the end. Nothing good can come from this." But, chosen one, betrayal is not the period at the end of your sentence. It is the comma. It is the pause before the next chapter. What others meant for harm, heaven transforms into breakthrough. Look again at Joseph's story. Sold into slavery by his brothers, he was thrown into pits, chained in prisons, and falsely accused. For years it looked like betrayal had won, yet every step of his descent was secretly a step toward his ascent. The pit positioned him for Potiphar's house. The prison positioned him for Pharaoh's palace. Without betrayal, there would have been no breakthrough. This same pattern has unfolded in your life. You were cut off, left behind, misunderstood, or rejected. It felt like the breaking of your spirit, but in truth, it was the breaking of the shell. Seeds cannot sprout unless the shell is broken. Eggs cannot release life until the shell cracks. And you, chosen one, were never meant to remain trapped. The betrayals broke your shell, and now new life is emerging. Scripture confirms this in the book of Micah, chapter 7, verse 8. Do not gloat over me, my enemy. Though I have fallen, I will rise. Though I sit in darkness, the Lord will be my light. These words echo your testimony. You fell, but you rose. You sat in darkness, but light found you. Your enemies gloated too soon, because they mistook betrayal for burial. But you were not buried, you were planted. And what is planted always rises. Think of fire. It can consume, but it can also purify. Gold placed in fire emerges more radiant than before. Betrayal was your fire. It burned away what was false, but it could not consume your essence. Instead, it revealed your value, making you shine all the brighter. There was once a woman who lost everything through betrayal. Her closest friend deceived her, leaving her broken and abandoned. For a time, she thought her life was ruined. But in that season of loss, she discovered a strength she never knew she had. She rebuilt, piece by piece, until years later she stood taller, freer, and stronger. She realized the betrayal had not ended her life. It had ended her illusions. And from the ashes of that betrayal, she walked into a breakthrough that reshaped her destiny. Chosen one. That same grace rests upon you. The betrayals you endured were not wasted. They were cracks that let the light in. They were fires that revealed your gold. They were endings that gave way to beginnings. Now comes your act of declaration. If these words resonate with you, if you can feel the truth of breakthrough rising from betrayal in your own story, I invite you to mark this moment. Type the number 4,444 inches, the comments. Why 4,444? Because 4 is the number of stability, foundation, and divine order. When multiplied, it declares that what was broken is now being rebuilt stronger than before. By writing 4,444, you are not typing digits. You are proclaiming, my betrayal will not end me. My foundation is being rebuilt. My breakthrough is here. Do not underestimate the power of this prophetic act. Words shape reality. Numbers carry meaning. And your public declaration is both testimony and weapon. It silences the voices that mocked you, and it aligns your spirit with heaven's decree. The betrayal was not the end. It was the beginning of breakthrough. Chosen one. You are rising, not in secret this time, but in full view of those who thought you had fallen for good. You are stepping out of pits and prisons into palaces of promise. You are moving from rejection to recognition, from heartbreak to harvest, from ashes to beauty. So let the number be your banner. Let it remind you each time you see it. Betrayal cannot bury what God has destined to rise. Breakthrough is not coming, it has already begun. Let us look deeper into these images, for they are not random. They are messages written into creation itself. The seed must first break. From the outside, it looks like destruction. The shell cracks. The shape it once had can never be regained. But what looks like loss is the beginning of life. Hidden within that small shell is potential greater than anyone could imagine, a forest waiting to emerge. Your betrayals were that breaking. They shattered the shell of comfort. But in doing so, they released the hidden potential within you. Without the breaking, the seed would have remained dormant forever. The fire tells the same story. Gold shines in jewelry shops. But before it ever glitters, it must endure flames. In the furnace, the impurities rise to the surface and are swept away. The fire does not add value, it reveals the value already inside. Your betrayals did not give you worth, they uncovered it. They proved that under the pressure of loss, your true essence shines even brighter. And then the foundation. When an old building collapses, the ruins must be cleared away before new construction can begin. At first, the rubble looks like devastation, but in truth, it is preparation. The land is being reset so that a stronger foundation can be laid. Betrayals cleared away what could not support your destiny. Yes, the collapse was painful, but without it, the new could not rise. When you tie these images together, seed, fire, foundation, you see a pattern. Breaking, burning, collapsing, all leading to life, purity, and strength. Betrayal felt like death, but it birthed life. It felt like destruction, but it revealed beauty. It felt like ruin, but it laid the groundwork for rebuilding. Chosen one. This is the truth. What others thought would end you only made you. Your shell was broken. Your gold was refined. Your foundation was reset. And now, what emerges is not fragile, but unshakable. Every step of your journey has been like crossing a bridge, suspended high above valleys of fear and doubt. At times the rope swayed. At times the boards creaked. And you wondered if you would make it across. But here you are, still walking, still standing, still chosen. Chosen one. Your path was never promised to be smooth. It was promised to be purposeful. Every tear became water for the soil of your destiny. Every wound became wisdom etched into your spirit. And every scar became a story waiting to be told. You are not here by chance. You are here because heaven decreed that your light must not go out. Think of a fire in the wilderness. The wind blows hard. The rain beats down. Yet the fire continues because someone adds wood. Someone shields the flame. That is what these words are meant to be. A shelter for your fire. Fuel for your journey. And now let me speak gently to your heart. If this message has touched you, if you have felt even a small spark of hope while listening, there are simple ways you can help keep the flame alive. For others too, when you like this message, it is not just a click, it is as if you are blowing gently on the coals, helping the fire grow brighter. Your single gesture becomes a gust of wind that carries warmth farther than you realize. When you share, it is like taking a lantern you found on a dark path and handing it to someone else who is still stumbling in the night. You do not know who will see it, but you know the light will travel farther because of you. When you subscribe, you are like a tree choosing to plant its roots beside a river. The seasons may change, storms may come, but the tree never dries out, because it remains connected to a flowing stream. That is what subscribing does. It keeps you near the flow of encouragement, nourishment, and life. And when you choose to don it, it must always be voluntary, not a price, not a demand, but a gift. Imagine a waterfall cascading down rocks. Each drop of water may seem small, but together they create a rushing river that quenches the thirst of an entire valley. Your seed, no matter how small, joins with the drops of others to become a stream that refreshes countless souls. Or think of it as building a bridge. Alone, you may place only a single board across the gap, but when combined with the boards of others, the bridge becomes strong enough for multitudes to cross. Your donation is one board, one piece, one act of faith that, when joined with others, creates a way for more lives to pass safely into hope. There was once a traveler who nearly gave up midway across a long bridge. He was tired, burdened, and afraid. But then he saw lanterns hanging along the path, placed by those who had gone before him. Each lantern gave him courage to take another step. That is what your giving does. It hangs lanterns along the path for those coming after you. The Apostle Paul wrote in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 9, verse 7, "Each of you should give what you have decided in your heart to give, not reluctantly or under compulsion, for God loves a cheerful giver." This is the heart of every invitation. It is not about pressure, it is about joy. Giving becomes beautiful when it flows freely, when it is done with gladness, not with guilt. And yes, one more thing, when you comment, it is like leaving a mark carved into the bridge's railing, a reminder for those who pass after you. I made it across. You can too. Your words may be brief, but they echo like voices across a canyon, encouraging someone you will never meet. Chosen one. Whether you like, share, subscribe, donate, or comment, let every act be free. Let every gesture be joyful. Each one adds fuel to the fire, strength to the bridge, and water to the river. But know this, even if you do nothing at all, you are still chosen. This word is yours, freely and fully. Yet if you feel moved, if your spirit stirs to sow into this work, then your act of love will ripple into eternity. So, let us keep the fire burning, the bridges strong, and the rivers flowing. Together, with each simple act of faith, we create a world where light never dies, where hope always flows, and where the chosen rise. Think again of the bridge. When you first stepped onto it, fear whispered that it might not hold. Yet with every step, you discovered the strength beneath your feet. What looked fragile was actually strong enough to carry you. That is the miracle of faith. It builds bridges where no road exists. And each supporter, each act of generosity, is like another plank laid across the gap, making the way safer for those who follow. The fire tells its own story. In the night, the flames may dwindle, the embers may seem faint, but then someone adds a branch, another adds kindling, and soon the blaze rises again. This is how hope spreads. No single act keeps the fire alive, but together, each small contribution sustains warmth for an entire community. And the waterfall reminds us of abundance, One drop feels insignificant, but countless drops create a river that nourishes valleys, carves canyons, and feeds the land. Your giving, no matter how small, is never wasted. Each drop joins the flow, becoming part of something far greater than itself. So walk confidently across the bridge, stand boldly by the fire, and drink freely from the river. These images are not just metaphors, they are mirrors of your own journey. You have crossed, endured, and poured out, and in every step, you remain chosen. Every chosen one carries a testimony of survival. But survival alone was never your destiny. You were not chosen merely to make it through. You were chosen to rise, to shine, and to become a living sign that God's hand is upon you. And this is why many fought against you. They thought you would stay down. They believed your silence would last forever. They assumed your pain would paralyze you. Yet what they failed to realize is that the same hand that allowed you to be pressed was the hand that lifted you back up. Chosen one. Your life is like a book others have tried to close. But heaven refuses to let the final chapter be written by your enemies. Each page that carried tears is being turned, and a new chapter is unfolding. What was meant to end you is now becoming the very material of your testimony. Think of clay on a potter's wheel, spinning, pressed, reshaped. At times the pressure feels unbearable, as if you are being undone. But the potter never abandons the clay. His hands remain steady, guiding every curve. Your struggles were not abandonment, they were design. The potter was shaping you for a purpose greater than you imagined. Scripture speaks of this in the book of Isaiah, chapter 61, verse 3, to bestow on them a crown of beauty instead of ashes, the oil of joy instead of mourning, and a garment of praise instead of a spirit of despair. This is the exchange taking place in your life. Ashes turn to beauty, mourning turned to joy, despair turned to praise. Those who fought against you will soon be witnesses of the transformation. There was once a man who was crushed by disappointment. Everything he worked for seemed to collapse overnight. Friends abandoned him, and his reputation was shattered. Yet in that place of ruin, he discovered a hidden strength. Slowly, he rebuilt, not by chasing people, but by anchoring himself in God. Years later, his life became a testimony others leaned on for hope. His ashes became his altar. His ruins became his platform. Chosen one. You too carry this same exchange. What you lost will not define you. What you endured will not destroy you. Instead, every broken place becomes proof of God's restoration. Picture a forest after a wildfire. At first, only ashes remain, and it seems nothing could survive. But within weeks, small shoots push through the soil, nourished by the very ash that once looked like destruction. What looked like an ending was the beginning of renewal. Your life has followed this pattern. Out of the ashes of betrayal, rejection, and loss, new growth is already pushing through. And here is where you step in. If these words stir your spirit, if you know that God has turned your ashes into something beautiful, I invite you to declare it publicly. Type these words in the comments. I rise now. 3 simple words, yet powerful beyond measure. When you write them, you are not just commenting, you are prophesying. You are declaring that the fire did not finish you, that the pain did not imprison you, that the ashes have become your soil of renewal. You are aligning your words with heaven's promise that beauty, joy, and praise are your inheritance. Think of it this way. When a bird breaks out of its shell, its cry is the announcement of life. Your comment becomes that cry, the sound that marks your rising. It is not for others alone. It is for you. It reminds your own soul. I refuse to stay down. Irisa now. Chosen one. Your resilience has always been your mark. But now resilience is shifting into radiance. You are not just surviving, you are shining. You are not just enduring, you are flourishing. And those who once fought against you will have no choice but to witness your rising. So wear your scars like medals. Wear your ashes like crowns. And let your life be the testimony that no darkness can silence. For in you, the exchange is complete beauty for ashes, joy for mourning, praise for despair. Ashes, when left alone, seem like the ultimate symbol of loss. They are grey, lifeless, a reminder of what has been consumed. Yet science itself reveals a secret: ashes enrich the soil. They carry minerals that allow new life to spring stronger than before. So what looked like ruin in your life was not sterile. It became the very fertilizer for your renewal. Your failures, betrayals, and broken seasons became soil that now nourishes the new growth within you. The forest after fire is another mirror. At first glance, the charred trees and smoke-stained ground seem beyond repair. But within weeks, green shoots push through, and within months, wildlife returns. Fire clears what is dead so that what is alive can thrive. In the same way, your fire seasons cleared away what could not last, so that what truly belongs to your destiny could take root. What left you made space for what is now coming. And then the cry of the bird breaking from its shell. That fragile sound may seem small, but it is powerful. It announces life has emerged. It tells the world that confinement has ended. Your own declaration, "I rise now," carries that same force. It is the sound of breakthrough, the cry of freedom, the proof that what once enclosed you can no longer contain you. Chosen one. When you connect these images, the soil enriched by ashes, the forest reborn from fire, the cry of life breaking from the shell, you see a single truth. Endings are never the end. They are the doorway to renewal. You are walking through that doorway now, leaving behind what was burned and stepping into what is reborn. Seasons shift. Tides turn, and tables are set anew. For a long time, it felt as if everything was working against you. The battles were endless, the betrayals relentless, and the nights unyielding. But chosen one, hear this, the tables are turning in your favor. This is not mere optimism, it is divine reversal. What was designed to break you is becoming the very stage for your rising. Those who mocked will witness your breakthrough. Those who underestimated you will see the strength that was hidden. Those who thought the story ended with your pain will discover it was only the prologue. Think of a game of chess. At one point, it appears one side is losing, pieces scattered, the king exposed, options few. But then, with a single strategic move, the entire board shifts. What looked like defeat becomes the opening for victory. That is how divine reversals work. God moves in ways unseen, and suddenly, the board belongs to you. There was once a woman who labored in obscurity. She worked diligently, though overlooked, while others received credit for her efforts. For years it seemed unfair, until one day her skill was recognized at the highest level. The very people who ignored her now depended on her. The tables turned not through revenge, but through timing. Scripture captures this in Psalm chapter 30. Verse 11. You turned my wailing into dancing. You removed my sackcloth and clothed me with joy. Mo. These words describe more than comfort, they describe transformation. Wailing is not replaced with silence, but with dancing. Mourning is not ignored, but exchanged for joy. The tables turn, not by erasing the past, but by rewriting its purpose. Consider the river. For years, it may flow in one direction, carving valleys and shaping landscapes. But then, an earthquake shifts the ground, and suddenly the river's course changes. New paths are formed. New lands are nourished. That is what is happening in your life. The river that once carried sorrow is now redirected to bring life. The turning of tables often comes quietly at first. Small shifts, unnoticed by others, begin to realign your steps. A closed door here, an unexpected opportunity there. One person exits, another enters. Over time, you realize the entire landscape has changed, and what once oppressed you now serves you. Think also of the wheel. It turns endlessly, bringing seasons of up and down. For a while, you were pressed beneath the weight of circumstances, crushed by the downward motion. But wheels do not stop spinning. What was beneath rises again. Your place on the wheel is changing, and what once pressed you down is lifting you up. Chosen one. The reason many fought against you was because they sensed this coming turn. They tried to stop it, delay it, or reverse it. But divine timing cannot be manipulated. No amount of opposition can prevent what heaven has scheduled. There was a farmer who endured years of drought. His fields lay barren, and his neighbors mocked him, saying he was cursed. Yet he kept his plow ready, his tools sharpened, his faith alive. 1 year, rains came in abundance. His barren fields turned green, his crops overflowed, and the same neighbors who mocked him came to him for food. The drought was not the end, it was the prelude. The tables turned in a single season. This is the rhythm of your story. Long seasons of lack will give way to abundance. Extended nights of sorrow will break into mornings of joy. Silence will erupt into song. The wheel will turn. The river will shift. The board will align, and your position will change. Chosen one. Do not despise the waiting. The longer the table has been set against you, the more dramatic the reversal will be. The greater the drought, the more abundant the harvest. The deeper the pit, the higher the rise. This is the way of divine balance. So lift your eyes from what was and fix them on what is coming. The shift is not in the distance, it is here. You are standing at the edge of reversal. The tables are turning, and this time, they turn in your favor. Let us bring the images together, for they tell one unified story. The chessboard shows us strategy. What looked like checkmate was only a setup for your victory. Every loss of a piece, every sacrifice, every move that seemed small was positioning you for the final turn. Life may have scattered your pieces, but heaven has never lost sight of the winning move. The board is shifting, and you will see the hand of God flip defeat into triumph. The river reveals redirection. For a long time, sorrow seemed like the only current in your life. You were carried against your will, swept through valleys you never wanted to enter. But rivers are not fixed. They change course when the ground shakes. Your ground has shifted. The waters of grief are becoming streams of refreshing, flowing into new lands of promise. The wheel speaks of time. There were seasons when you were pressed low, forgotten, overlooked. It felt endless. Yet wheels do not stop, they rotate. What was once at the bottom rises to the top. Your cycle of crushing is ending, and your season of lifting has begun. The weight that once pinned you down is now the same force pushing you upward, and the barren field tells of sudden change. Years of drought hardened the soil, making it seem lifeless. Yet with one rain, everything shifted. The soil that cracked with dryness became fertile overnight. The farmer's mockers became his dependents. That is the power of a divine turn. One season changes everything. Now picture them together, a board flipped, a river redirected, a wheel rotating, and a field blooming. This is your story. Chosen one. Each image is a prophecy of reversal. Each picture is a declaration that the tables are not only turning, they have already begun to turn. Your enemies saw only drought, but heaven saw the harvest. They saw only loss, but heaven saw the strategy. They saw only still waters of sorrow, but heaven saw the river's new course. They saw you pinned beneath the wheel, but heaven knew you would rise with it. So take courage. You are not stuck in the place you once were. The turn is happening, and nothing can stop it. The chessboard belongs to you. The river is flowing in your favor. The wheel is lifting you, and the field is ready for rain. The tables are turning, and your story is about to testify of glory that no one can deny. Justice is one of the deepest cries of the human heart. When you were wronged, betrayed, or opposed without cause, you longed for justice. At times it felt as though it would never come. The wicked seemed to prosper. Their lies seemed to echo louder than your truth, and their schemes appeared to prevail. Yet, chosen one, the story of your life is not written by their hands. God's justice is not delayed, it is precise. The turning of justice is like dawn breaking. For hours, darkness seems unchallenged. The night hides everything, and those who work in shadows think themselves secure. But the moment the first rays appear, the darkness cannot resist. No argument, no defense, no struggle can stop the morning. In the same way, God's justice is like sunrise. It may feel slow in coming, but once it appears, it spreads quickly, undeniable and unstoppable. Think of a scale held in perfect balance. For a time, one side may appear heavier, weighed down with lies, oppression, or manipulation. But scales are designed for equilibrium. Slowly, surely, the balance adjusts. What seemed tipped against you will be corrected, and the weight of truth will restore order. This is divine justice. It does not forget. It does not overlook. It does not fail. There was once a man falsely accused in his community. His reputation was smeared, his work ignored, and his voice silenced. For years, he bore the weight of injustice, though his conscience was clear. One day, evidence came to light. letters and testimonies that revealed the truth. In a single moment, the accusations collapsed, and the very people who condemned him now came seeking forgiveness. What seemed permanent was reversed, not by his efforts, but by truth's unveiling. The prophet Nahum declared in chapter 1, verse 3, "The Lord is slow to anger but great in power. The Lord will not leave the guilty unpunished." Oh, this is the assurance you carry. God's justice is not absent, it is patient. He gives space for repentance, but he does not ignore guilt. The schemes that rose against you will not remain standing. Consider also thunder. A storm may rumble quietly in the distance, its power hidden. But when thunder cracks across the sky, silence falls. Conversations stop. Movements pause. All attention shifts. That is the power of justice revealed. When God speaks, the noise of accusation ceases. Lies lose their volume, and truth commands the room. Chosen one, your endurance has been your witness. You did not need to expose every lie, to answer every critic, or to fight every battle. You chose silence at times, not because you were weak, but because you trusted the judge who sees all. And now, the gavel is in his hand. Justice often works like a river, upstream. It may seem blocked by rocks and debris, but water finds a way. Slowly it carves, erodes, and breaks through. Downstream, the flow is unstoppable. Your justice has been flowing quietly, carving pathways unseen. Soon, it will burst forth, undeniable, sweeping away the obstructions. There was once a woman denied her wages by a dishonest employer. For months, she worked without fair pay, too humble to demand what was hers. But one day, the business collapsed under corruption, and she was compensated far more than she ever expected. What was stolen was restored, multiplied by justice. Chosen one, this is your story as well. What was withheld will be returned. What was stolen will be restored. What was spoken against you will be silenced. Justice is not an idea, it is a promise. And heaven's promises never fail. So do not let bitterness poison your waiting. Justice delayed is not justice denied. The judge is watching. The scales are tilting. The dawn is breaking. The thunder is rolling. The river is flowing. Your vindication is nearer than you think. And when it comes, it will not be subtle. It will not whisper. It will be clear enough for all to see. The same mouths that mocked you will confess. The same hands that opposed, you will release. And the same eyes that looked down on you will witness your rise. God's justice is not just about balancing wrongs, it is about revealing His glory through your life. And soon, your testimony will not only be of survival, but of vindication. Let us weave the images together so the message is clear. The dawn teaches you that no night, however long, can resist the sun. Your season of darkness has an expiration date, and light is already breaking the horizon. The scales remind you that imbalance is temporary. Lease may seem heavy, but truth always tips the weight in time. The hand of God is steady, and He is restoring equilibrium. The thunder shows you that when God speaks, every other voice falls silent. What was shouted against you will be drowned out by the roar of His justice. And the river confirms that justice does not stop. It may be delayed, slowed by obstacles, but it cannot be dammed forever. When it breaks through, it floods the land, sweeping away everything that opposed its flow. Chosen one, these are not separate pictures. Together they form one declaration: justice is coming, and it will be undeniable. Your night will turn to morning. Your scales will balance. Your silence will thunder. Your river will run free. Every chosen one eventually comes to understand that opposition is not random. It is not scattered chaos. It is targeted because of the light you carry. The struggles you have faced were not simply life being unfair. They were resistance to your assignment. Chosen one, you were marked from the beginning. This is why your path has been different. Where others seemed to glide through life, you met obstacles. Where others compromised and prospered, you stood firm and endured loss. This difference was not punishment, it was preparation. Think of a soldier trained for war. He does not live as civilians live. He rises earlier, trains harder, and carries heavier burdens. At times, he questions why his path is so difficult, until the day of battle arrives. Then he understands his hardship was shaping his strength. Your hardships have done the same. They have trained your spirit to endure, your faith to anchor, and your heart to remain steadfast. There was once a runner preparing for a marathon. While others enjoyed leisure, he disciplined himself daily. He practiced in the rain, pushed through fatigue, and resisted distractions. On the day of the race, those who had not trained fell behind quickly, but the runner, prepared through hardship, endured until the finish line. This is your life. The discipline of your trials has prepared you for endurance others cannot imagine. Scripture confirms this in Hebrews. Chapter 12, verse 11. No discipline seems pleasant at the time, but painful. Later on, however, it produces a harvest of righteousness and peace for those who have been trained by it. And your pain has been producing peace. Your trials have been planting righteousness. What you endured is not wasted. It is already bearing fruit. Think also of the blacksmith's forge. Iron heated again and again, hammered into shape. Each strike echoes with force, but with every blow, the weapon is refined. Those who fought against you thought the blows would break you, but in reality, each strike was shaping you into a weapon fit for battle. Chosen one, you are not fragile clay shattered by pressure. You are tempered steel formed by fire. Your opposition has not diminished you, it has defined you. Consider the eagle. While other birds flee storms, the eagle flies into them. The winds that ground sparrows lift the eagle higher. Your storms have been your elevators. What others feared, you used for flight. That is why your resilience confounded those who fought against you. There was once a woman who lost nearly everything. Friends betrayed her. Opportunities vanished, and health declined. Yet, in the secret place of prayer, she found strength. Each morning she rose again, step by step, until she rebuilt her life stronger than before. Years later, she realized her enemies had not destroyed her. They had pushed her into the arms of God. Opposition became the womb of intimacy, and intimacy birthed destiny. Chosen one, the same has happened with you. Opposition pressed you deeper into the presence of God. It stripped away what was shallow, leaving only what was eternal. It taught you where true strength lies, not in applause, not in possessions, not in people, but in Him alone. The prophet Isaiah wrote in chapter 54, verse 17, "No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you. This is your inheritance." Weapons may be forged, tongues may accuse, storms may rise, but none of them prevail. They serve only to reveal the unshakable nature of your calling. So do not despise your opposition. It has been your classroom. It has trained your spirit, sharpened your vision, and purified your motives. What they meant for evil has only strengthened the foundation beneath you. Chosen one, understand this. The very battles that seemed designed to destroy you are the reason you are now unstoppable. You have walked through fire and not burned, through waters and not drowned, through rejection and not erased. You are proof that opposition cannot overthrow destiny. And soon, those who opposed you will realize the truth. They were not fighting you, they were fighting the one who chose you. And no one wins against him. Let us draw the images together so their message becomes clear. The soldier's training shows you that your pain was not wasted. Every early morning, every heavy burden, every lonely march prepared him for the day of battle. In the same way, every sleepless night, every unseen tear, every hidden struggle has trained you for this hour. Your discipline in hardship has become your strength in destiny. The runner's endurance teaches that consistency triumphs where speed fails. Others may have started quickly, but they lacked preparation. You endured rain, fatigue, and long miles of obscurity. Now, when the real race begins, you will not only endure, you will finish. The marathon of destiny requires those who have been shaped by trials, and that is you. The blacksmith's forge reveals another truth. Fire and hammering are violent, but they are purposeful. Each strike gives shape. Each flame refines strength. You were not being destroyed, you were being formed into a vessel and a weapon no opposition can break. And the eagle seals the picture, while sparrows scatter in storms. The eagle rises higher. What others feared, you embraced. The very winds meant to crush you became the winds that carried you upward. Chosen one. The images align into one declaration. Your opposition was never your ending, it was your making. You are the soldier ready for war, the runner built for endurance, the steel refined in fire, the eagle soaring above storms. This is why you are still here, and why nothing can stop what is coming. Every journey has a culmination, a moment where the pieces fall into place and the pattern reveals itself. You, chosen one, are now standing at such a threshold. The struggles that once felt senseless, the tears that seemed wasted, the nights that appeared endless, all of them have been threads woven into a design larger than you imagined. Looking back, you see it more clearly. The rejection that wounded you was also the redirection that preserved you. The betrayal that scarred you was also the pruning that purified you. The storms that shook you were also the winds that carried you higher. What once felt like chaos was, in truth, orchestration. The unseen hand of God has been guiding you, even through the shadows. Think of a tapestry. On the backside, the threads are tangled, messy, without order. But when the cloth is turned, a picture emerges, beautiful, intricate, intentional. Your life has felt like the backside of the tapestry, tangled and confusing. Yet heaven has always seen the other side. Now, In this season, the cloth is turning, the design is being revealed, and you are part of a masterpiece. Scripture confirms this in Romans chapter 8, verse 28. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. Notice it does not say some things, it says all things. Every loss, every pain, every delay, every disappointment woven into the good of your destiny. There was once a musician who broke a string during a performance. For a moment, it seemed like the concert was ruined, but instead of stopping, he adjusted, playing with what remained. His music, though limited, carried new beauty and power. At the end, the audience erupted in greater applause than ever before. What seemed like ruin became the moment of greatest impact. That is your life. What broke has not silenced your song, it has deepened its resonance. Think also of the mountain climber. Every step upward demands effort. Lungs burning, muscles aching. There are moments of near collapse, moments when turning back feels easier. But the summit holds a view that makes every step worth it. You, too, have climbed through valleys of shadows, ascended slopes of trial, and pressed against winds of resistance. Now the summit is in sight, and when you stand there, the view will testify, it was worth it. Your journey has been marked by resilience, but it is also marked by purpose. The pain you endured was never only about you, it was about those who would one day hear your testimony and find hope for their own. Your scars are not private, they are public signposts, guiding others toward healing. Consider the lighthouse again. It is built to endure storms, not for its own sake, but for the ships searching in the dark. Your endurance, too, is not only for you, it is for those watching, those stumbling, those desperate for proof that survival is possible. Your light is their direction, your story, their compass. Chosen one. The battles have not been wasted, because they have made you unshakable. The fire has not consumed you, because it has made you radiant. The betrayals have not broken you, because they have made you discerning. And the delays have not denied you, because they have made you ready. You are not who you were when this journey began. You are stronger, deeper, wiser, and more aligned with your purpose. You have moved from survival to strength, from victimhood to victory, from brokenness to beauty. And the story is not over. This chapter may close, but a new one opens. The same God who carried you through pits and prisons, storms and shadows, will carry you into palaces of promise, fields of harvest, and seasons of joy. So lift your head, steady your heart, and fix your gaze forward. The masterpiece is unfolding. The summit is near. The music is still playing, and the light is still shining. Chosen one, your time is here. Now the journey draws to its close, and we pause to take in the view. 30 chapters have carried you across valleys, through storms, and up mountains. Every word has been a stone laid on the path, guiding you from confusion into clarity, from sorrow into strength, from isolation into identity. Look back once more. In section 1, you were reminded that you are chosen. Through section 10, you saw how every storm refined you. In section 20, you learned that even your giving, your engagement, your smallest acts of faith could ripple into eternity. By section 27, the tables had turned, and now, in section 30, the full picture shines. Your story has never been one of defeat, but of divine design. Think of a river flowing from a mountain. At its source, it is a narrow stream, winding through rocks, hidden in valleys. But as it travels, it gathers strength, grows wider, nourishes lands, and finally empties into the sea. That river is your journey. It began quietly, almost unseen, but with every trial, every season, every step, it gathered force. Now, it flows with unstoppable strength into the vast ocean of destiny. Or picture a tapestry stretched across a loom. Every knot of pain, every thread of joy, every line of struggle has been woven into something greater. What once looked like tangled strands now reveals a pattern radiant with meaning. Your life, with all its contrasts, is a masterpiece woven by the hand of God. Chosen one, hear this truth. You are not defined by what was done to you, but by what has been done within you. You are not the sum of your losses. You are the evidence of resilience, mercy, and grace. So, as this script closes, let your spirit remain open. The end of these words is not the end of your journey. It is the beginning of a new chapter where you carry what you have learned into the world, light for the lost, strength for the weary, hope for the hopeless. You were chosen. You are chosen, and you will remain chosen. Walk boldly. The world is waiting for the sound of your rising. The journey has carried you far. 30 chapters of truth and of pain transformed into purpose, of scars revealed as signs of strength. You have walked through betrayal, through storms, through hidden seasons of waiting, and you have seen how every moment, even the darkest, was never wasted. And now, as these words draw to a close, one final reminder echoes across your heart. You are chosen, and your story is not finished. Think of a lantern glowing in a window on a long night. For those outside, lost and weary, that small light becomes a guide, a comfort, a promise that warmth is near. This message has been such a lantern for you, but lanterns remain only if someone tends the flame. This is why your part matters, your presence, your response, your voice. When you like this message, it is more than a gesture. It is like striking a flint against stone, releasing sparks that ignite encouragement for others. Your single act tells the world, this light matters. This word is worth keeping alive. When you share, you extend the lantern's glow. Imagine passing a torch along a mountainside. The flame, you carry lights not only your own path, but the path of countless travelers behind you. Someone you may never meet could find hope because you chose to share. When you subscribe, you are choosing to anchor yourself to the stream, like a tree planted beside waters. You will not wither when dry seasons come. Every new word, every new message becomes nourishment flowing into your life, ensuring that you are refreshed in every season. When you choose to donate, understand this. It is never a demand, never an obligation. It is an act of pure freedom. Think of it as planting a seed in fertile soil. That seed may seem small in your hand, but when sown, it multiplies, It grows into shade for the weary, fruit for the hungry, and strength for generations to come. Your generosity becomes part of a harvest you may never fully see, but will continue to bless others long after today. There was once a traveler who came upon a broken bridge, alone. He could not repair it, but as people each brought a stone, together they rebuilt the crossing. Soon, not only he, but countless others could walk safely again. That is what your giving does. It is one stone laid on the bridge, ensuring others can make it across into hope. And yes, when you comment, your words become echoes that inspire. A single phrase, even a few words, can ripple outward, encouraging someone you do not know. Think of carving your name into a tree. It stands as proof that you were here. You endured. You believed. Your comment is a testimony not just to others, but to yourself. It declares aloud what your spirit has already chosen. Chosen one. This entire script has never been about pressure. It has always been about invitation. You are free. These words are a gift. No conditions attached. Yet, if your heart stirs, if you feel the flame of gratitude or the joy of giving, then let your actions flow freely. Whether you like, share, subscribe, donate, or comment, let it all be born of love. Never compulsion, for in the end, that is the beauty of the chosen. You act not out of fear, but out of freedom, and with every free act of faith, the light shines brighter, the bridge grows stronger, the seeds multiply, and the story continues. Your journey does not end here. Carry the flame, extend the bridge, sow the seeds, leave your mark. You are chosen, and the world still waits for the sound of your rising.